hear me, RT? There you go. Name tag. Alive? What is up, everyone? How you doing, Rebel Trader? I think so. Yeah. Yeah, super exciting, super awesome event. I might not have made day 2, but you know, I'm having fun and excited to be here casting with Loopy and Rebel Trader for such an awesome event. First regionals in the US for Star Wars Unlimited. What a place to be at. Yeah, I'm curious, Rebel. What is your opinion of like what this meta became from someone who's been watching like these streamed games and stuff? Because like being a person boots on the ground and also preparing for the tournament, I feel like it might be like a different, you know, perspective. So curious to see what like the people at home saw. Right, right. Yeah, I mean, you saw that there before it was 29 Data Vault decks, but that's not 29 of the same deck, right? Like this Data Vault base is being used in so many different leaders, showing its versatility and just that health threshold. But it's not stopping the Sabine players. Like they're still coming in droves and doing well. Yeah, I know there's some really interesting stuff here with the conversion rate here in day 2. I think the 2 Hans, I think, had the best conversion rate in terms of like the percentage of the meta that shifted towards them. And we see here that Han 2, worth the risk. He's as many Qi'ras and Sabines as he was, and I think he was maybe like the 6th or 7th most coming into the tournament. So definitely a really big shift towards that deck. And I've been seeing them at the top table still doing well.
Keep talking.
Do you know what channel I'm on? Channel 6. The meter should be going up. And then you need to go into OBS.
I think I got it fixed, bud.
All right, chat, can you hear me?
Can chat hear me?
We'll go here.
Real loud.
All right.
So that is fixed, guys.
Very cool. Do we know what match we're getting?
We should be getting table 99, which is Ryan Conroe versus Steven Carlson.
Okay. I know Ryan Conroe is on Ray Datavault. Unsure.
Yeah, Steven's on Han Worth the Risk Datavault.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a super interesting matchup.
All right, I turned down my gain. People said I was being really loud.
I did it on my end. So.
Says
Okay.
Ian is very low. Rebel is way too loud. Ian is way too loud. Okay.
That was just Rebel.
Okay.
Just keep on talking about the match.
Let's see. So yeah, this should be an interesting matchup. I haven't gotten a commentator Ray match all day, and I've wanted to. Because it's been one of the other dark horses that has emerged in the past couple of weeks since the big European regional.
Yeah. Says that you're still super loud. Keep talking, Rebel.
To sit in solemn silence on a dull and darkened dock.
I think that's better.
Pestilential prison.
How do I sound, chat? Hello, chat. Can you hear me? This is Lego Pizza. Better, but still very loud. Chat delay is real. Okay. Well, I can try to make me louder, but I feel like I don't need to be. Better, but a bit quiet. Okay. Maybe I can go up a little bit. Hello, hello, hello. Rebel sounding better.
Loopy, you can also move the fader up and voice meter.
Yeah, he left, so I'm just like messing with stuff. Probably shouldn't. But maybe if I move the mic closer to my mouth, people can hear me. Sounds like I'm 10 feet away. Interesting. Is it because it's picking me up through Loopy's mic? Can you hear me now?
Oh, it might be because it's picking up through Loopy's mic.
Lego's good. I don't want to go through two mics.
So the way to fix that is
Loopy's trying to get the match set right now, so we're busy right now. Can't do the volume stuff.
All right, so then just go and use Loopy's mic for now.
Now we can barely hear Rebel. Okay.
Okay.
Talk again, Rebel.
What to do to die today at a minute or two till 2.
All right,
a thing
good.
Distinctly hard to say, yet harder still to do. Okay.
I'm hoping that this is successful, but now Rebel. Okay. Well, I think there's a little bit of a delay too, so I think I fixed the quietness. So I think you're in a sweet spot now. We're trying to get the match ready to go. I think there's an issue with the webcam on the actual table. So Loopy's fixing that now, and he will be back in a second.
I don't know why the video's not going. All right, we'll go to be right back. You can start them off and we'll pick it up.
All right, I'm gonna listen to the stream and see if I can do anything with the audio levels.
All right. I think we're back. Hopefully the audio's good. And we are in this matchup. So looks like it was an R2 start for Ray and a Battlefield Marine for the Han 2 deck. Interesting use of Fangfighter here, just trying to save his Battlefield Marine from getting traded into really easily. Wonder if that will end up biting the Han 2 player in the butt later on. There's a traitorous or an entrenched C-3PO doing the C-3PO thing with R2. And we're going to the 4 resource turn. Yeah, this matchup specifically can go really long and late, so we are in for a grinder here. All right, blue leader coming into the ground, paying the extra, using Han 2's ability. Such a good 4 resource play, being able to pick off 1 or 2 power units and staying alive. Really powerful. And now this C-3PO doesn't have information on the top of the deck. So unless there's another R2, the Ray player might not be valuing the C-3PO as much and might just trade it into the blue leader to protect the life total for the next turn or so. Yep. Oh, wow. Was right on the 3, so still gets the draw, but does trade away the C-3PO. A lot of pressure from this Han deck right now, but Ray has all their resources open.
Oh, are we going?
We are.
All right, Loopy, can you share your screen in Discord so I can see the match? Thank you.
Just a naked Bright Hope here. Probably not what the Ray player wants to do. They really want to be able to draw cards and get value out of it by picking like Mon Mothma or something like that up. But still a good way to block some of the damage coming in from this Fangfighter.
All right, so sorry, I was trying to listen to the stream for audio.
So we're going to the 5 resource turn. The Han 2 player used a blue leader to get rid of the R2 that was pumped, and then the C-3PO finished it off.
All right. Okay. So it seems like our audio is working fine. All right. So this is the Han flip turn, which should be real interesting.
Yeah, it looks like the Ray player is just proactively getting threats off the board. Wants to be able to kind of save the life total to be able to flip and start playing their own bombs. But this Han 2 deck has a lot of their own bombs too.
Yeah.
Looks like they're fixing the health total. Thank you for someone who said it was a choice. So Han is deployed. Ray player has 5 resources open. Looks like it might be a blue leader themselves. Yep.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Now, it'll be interesting to see if the Han 2 player decides to clear up the board or just start pushing damage. It is a little bit on them in this matchup to make sure that they can do damage before all the restore happens, because there is a lot of restore out of this Ray deck.
Yeah.
But you also don't want to leave like a 5-power unit out on the Ray side, because that can get scary.
For sure. Does he have, let's see, what could he have? He could have like Hammerhead, which is would
Hammerhead
be a
would
nice
be perfect here, I
way
think.
to
You get to
blow
kill
things up.
kill the blue leader and then threaten the Bright Hope. Opts for a Cassian at a row, saving cards in hand, which actually makes me think that he might have the Hammerhead, because you get to basically not play a card this turn and make the Hammerhead stronger next turn. Clear the blue leader with your leader and then do 3 to base, still apply pressure.
Yeah. Let's see, how many cards is he going to be at? Is he going to be at enough to Hammerhead the Ray on flip?
So he's been playing 1 card a turn, so he should be, with the Hammerhead, it should be 4 from hand.
4.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if he, oh no, it'll be 5 if he resources.
Yeah, okay, so that plus a hit from one of these ground units does kill Ray.
Yeah. So he has 5 cards in hand. If he plays the Hammerhead, it'll do 4. Yep. But we saw a little peek of his hand. I don't think I saw the Hammerhead. Looks like a reinforcement walker.
I think, yeah.
So
Poe,
Juggernaut.
maybe a Delphi. War Juggernaut. That's a name I haven't heard.
This is a really good play from the Ray player. Just making sure that they kill the Han leader here on the 7 resource turn, so he can't play something like a Mace Windu or another really powerful 7.
Yep.
Just taking the ability off for the turn since it goes back tapped. I kind of like just slamming this War Juggernaut. Maybe he waits for the Ray flip.
Yeah. Might as well try to get the extra damage. All right, and Ryan's move, right? Yeah.
Yep.
All right, just gonna dirt a little bit.
Might be fearing a General Recon. I know that's a common card played in the Han 2 Data Vault decks, which can just kind of block the Ray attack for turn. Decides to go with the War Jug.
There's that Juggernaut you were talking about.
Yeah, this is actually a card that I saw popping up. A lot of the Han 2 players are playing it in their sideboard for the Vader 4 deck. Now some of them are opting to play it main board just as an answer to all the tokens that the Vader deck can generate.
Oh, that makes sense.
Notably not that great if they have the Viktor leader out, because it will not clear up the tokens, but still a really good card in that matchup. But War Juggernaut, as we saw during the Django meta, is just a giant guy. So sometimes sticking that is just okay.
It's a giant tank.
It's what?
Yeah, it's a giant tank. You're
7
right.
attack right now?
There's a guy driving the tank, Loopy.
If it's Vader, then we're good.
So the Juggernaut is, I mean, it's a big threat to base. It's also, if Steven wants it to, it'll be big enough to kill Ray next turn, even with an experience token.
Right.
Assuming, well, yeah, I'm almost no matter what, I think.
Yeah, I do wonder if the Ray player decides to just not flip because of the threat of the War Juggernaut. Just delay the flip until it's a little bit clearer.
Yeah,
Nope,
I mean, the restore is valuable.
Yeah, decides to do it. Now you wonder, as the Han player, do they just do 7 to base? Because we're about to get into the Luke territory, and the War Juggernaut did damage itself, which puts it at that 6 health threshold. And when you're playing against blue hero decks, you always have to be thinking about, if I kill this unit, do they have 7 resources? Do they have Luke? Am I going to get punished?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it depends on if he has another way to kill Ray, then maybe he goes for that instead. But I don't know. This restore is pretty valuable.
Yeah.
So if
I think
even
if you
just
have
like
an answer to
do
Luke, like we
some,
see, like the Han 2 player has a Fell the Dragon, which is a new inclusion that's been popping up just to deal with big threats like Luke. It's okay to trade with the Ray because you know you have an answer to Luke.
all right. And I think Steven just resourced the timely, so we should keep that in mind for later.
Yeah, he has a reinforcement walker in hand. I'm sure he wants to get to the requisite resources to be able to do that. So it does take out the Ray.
All right, the moment of truth. Does Ryan have the Luke? Even if it dies immediately to a Fell the Dragon, that's still a big tempo swing.
Yeah, agreed. There's Luke decides to
All
get
right.
rid of the Cassian. Interesting. Notably, the Akbar and C-3PO can trade into the War Juggernaut.
Yeah. Steven's thinking about it. He might not even go for this Fell the Dragon.
Yeah, I think he has a Chewie. And he might end up going Poe into Chewie, maybe.
I think Reinforcement Walker also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does survive a Luke hit, so it's not a bad game plan. Just get some value in hand. And because he used Han's ability, the War Juggernaut still has 7 power, so it does threaten the Luke, which means we'll probably see the Akbar and C-3PO go into the War Jug. Yep.
Yeah, I think it has to be.
Maybe he wants.
How big is?
I think the Han 2 player wants to save the Fell the Dragon for when the Luke is untapped. Just develop a piece on the board now, and then maybe he just fells next turn and can still play something. Still be at 8. You can play like a 3-drop with Han ability. Just trying to be resource efficient.
Ooh, Crate Dragon picked up in Steven's hand.
Yeah, I feel like that's the Ray player needs to like save their Fell the Dragons and big removal spells for these crates. But when you play all these big threats like War Juggernaut into Reinforcement Walker, it really taxes those type of cards in their hands.
Yeah, but Ryan has gotten away with it so far without playing Fell the Dragon.
Yeah, these matchups is just haymakers after haymakers. Who can stick one the longest?
Exactly.
Oh wow, Delphi
Ooh.
being able to trade into the Luke here. That's a great
That's
play.
a nice play. All right, Walker trigger.
I think you're fine with just always drawing until you get to the point where you really need to heal, but you're not at that yet.
Yeah, definitely not right now. In this Ray matchup, they can't really pressure you a ton. So makes sense to me. All right, Ray just buffing the right hope. I think we're gonna see Poe. Yeah.
Yep. Not sure if he wants to put it on the X-Wing or the Adelphi. X-Wing makes sense, just have 2 threats that can deal with the Bright Hope.
Yep. All right, and ooh, the second Luke. And Steven's ground arena is finally cleared.
Yeah. I mean, the Han 2 player does have that Fell the Dragon still. We might see it next turn. Playing these off aspect cards can be really hard to try to fit into your curve. But I think he's done a really good job of like using the Han ability at the right moments and being able to use all of their resources to the most effect each turn. So that gets a lot easier the more resources you have to play these like off aspects events like Fell the Dragon. So it makes sense that he might want to save those for later in the turn and not just immediately use it on a Luke when he sees it. So really good patience and understanding of the way this matchup goes from Steven.
Yeah. So I guess we'll see. Is Steven going to try to clear this Bright Hope first, or is he going to try to clear the Luke first? If he clears the Luke, how's he going to do it? Is he going to just use that Fell?
Yep, that's what it looks like. Notably, a blue leader here would be able to trade with the Bright Hope. So if he has that with Han ability, since it would die anyways, it would actually be a pretty good Han ability use of his resources here. Oh, instead we're seeing the Entrenched on the Bright Hope just to save more HP. So now there's 5 HP left on the Bright Hope, and notably both of the Han 2 spaceships are 4 power. So it's a little bit too big right now. So unless there's another Adelphi or something similar that could let him push through. Chewbacca. I don't think that he had enough resources for that. Wasn't there only 2 untapped, or was there 3? Rebel, did you see? Hello, Rebel? Are you there? Can anybody hear me in chat? Okay. So I'm unsure if he has enough to Fell and Chewbacca. Okay. So that there wasn't any discrepancy there. Thank you, chat, for making sure. I think I just couldn't see properly on my end, but glad to hear that it was above board. So yeah, the blue leader from the Ray side was able to clean everything else up. Loopy left. I don't know where he went. He might have went to the bathroom, but I don't think I can get back into Discord until Loopy. Trying our best here, folks. Loopy is back. We're ready to get Rebel back in here. All right, so pretty clear board now. Both leaders have been gone, and we see a C-3PO with a Ray activation here. Plenty of cards in here, but just not enough because of the Ray activation on the C-3PO giving you an XP to be able to have the Hammerhead take it out.
All right, I'm back, chat. I watched the stream, so I know where we're at. Looks like we're heading for a long one here.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I would expect from this matchup. It is just who can slam the last haymaker and be able to keep it going. Poe here just diversifying threats in both lanes. Makes a lot of sense. Ray has all their resources open though, so. Yep, and there's timely reinforcements like Sauce mentioned in chat. Really great card here. Going to make, I think, 5 tokens? Nope, just 4. Oh no, it is 5. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be 5.
That is a lot. And still 4 resources up. So it looks like we get a tech.
Yeah, that's...
Probably activate on the tech, just keep it healthy. Oh, nope, on the C3PO, okay. That way, if the Poe goes into it, it
keeps
trades.
it... Yeah.
Makes sense.
Is that... Oh, yeah, that's the Porg Depot X-Wing token, I think. Second from the right.
Oh, the token. Yeah, that's great. See a timely intervention here. See what he's putting in.
All right. That's a lot of resources. Is it the Crate Dragon?
Sure is.
It is.
Wow.
That's
Kill
that
attack.
tech.
Deal 5 to base. And unless there's something like a Fell the Dragon here, it is looking rough for Ray player. Notably,
He does have a lot of damage on board right now, though.
That is correct. He has 13 on board, but that is not enough. So might need to start putting some damage into the crate. Looks like he takes the Poe out. Trading, misses the C3PO activation. Probably named 3. That's usually what you name a C3PO.
All right, Hammerhead's Mac in the base. Steven's pushing for it, which makes sense to me.
This is not... All right, if the Ray player is trading an X-Wing here, this is not looking great. We might end up seeing all 4 of these X-Wings go into that Hammerhead.
How I thought the Hammerhead had 6 health, right?
It's a 5/7. That thing's huge.
Oh, 7. That's bigger than I thought. What's the... I don't know what I was thinking of.
All right, looks like he's going to base.
Ooh, okay.
Puts him to 22. Life total's pretty even, but there's a Crate Dragon staring down the Ray player, and unless they have a cheap answer to it, it's going to be rough. Notably, Luke does not finish it off. There's 8 health remaining. I think if he had the Luke, he might have put the C-3PO into the Crate Dragon to be able to finish it off, but that's also a lot of damage. All right, does have the Fell, so only taking 4 back.
That's pretty much the perfect out.
Ooh, notably from the Han player, Adelphi would be 1 short. All right, and there's a Bright Hope to stop the Hammerhead. All right, this is really good response from the Ray player. Interesting that they put the token on afterward. He could have done that earlier and gotten an extra point of damage this turn. The Han player was
which
tapped
actually
out,
does matter a lot.
Yeah. I mean, the Ray player has lethal on board, so it is up to the Han player now to make sure that they can at least deal some damage or remove some threats. I mean, this Bright Hope's doing a lot of work here.
Yeah.
Looks like there's a...
Absolutely.
The 6-drop tank that comes in readied.
The
He's
Gorilla
actually
attack
got 2
pod?
of
Yeah.
them. That might be enough. What was it, 4 and 6 would be 10. That's enough. If he might have enough actions to be able to play that before the Ray player can kill him.
Yeah, and then it's just going to come down to, does the Ray have a way to
Yeah, he would need 11 resources, because Han can activate for 5 to play the first, and the second one would cost 6.
He's got to have that many because he time-lead the crate last turn.
Right. Yeah, you can see he has 12. So here's the first one. So this is 6, threatening 6 damage. I wonder if the Ray player just doesn't think he has 2 of them. Like, that would be a really tough sell to put the Han 2 player on.
Is that?
Oh, choose
Ooh,
sides.
choose side.
Have an X-Wing.
That's massive.
That might do it. He might have to use Fell the Dragon to just get rid of the stolen Walker.
Yeah. I mean, that would keep him alive if he did it.
It would keep him alive, but pretty much facing down a giant board with no real answers to multiple cards. Like, the Han 2 deck does not run. I mean, sometimes they run Bombing Run, but you're not running it in this scenario against this deck. But maybe you should if you know they're playing Timely and post-sideboard.
Yeah.
I know a lot of them play Bombing Run in the sideboard for Vader 4, but if you know your opponent's on Timely Reinforcements, it might be a good include here.
For sure. It looks like we've used up quite a bit of time. We're almost halfway through.
Yeah.
So getting game 1 could prove to be crucial.
This is angry.
Maybe a home 1 could maybe save. I don't think the Han 2 players played a Bright Hope of their own though.
Yeah.
So like you need a Bright Hope here or some sort of Sentinel in space because there's 3 lethal threats right now, and your Hammerhead can only take out one of them.
And now because those X-Wings are buffed, they could both take out a Bright Hope, leaving the 3rd X-Wing to
Right, and the Hammerhead could take that one out though.
get lethal. I mean, yeah, but
That's just holding off the inevitable though.
yeah.
I think that the Han 2
Ryan's
players should
gotta-
realize that they're pretty low on time and scoop. But that's might be tunnel visioned here on trying to figure out how to get out of this situation. Sometimes the best answer is game 2.
Yeah, he is pretty close to lethal himself. He might be seeing if there's a way he can sneak it through, but I don't think there is. I mean, if he has like Bright Hope for a cause here, maybe I could do it, but I don't think these decks run for a cause.
So there is
Okay,
the home
home
1,
one.
but I don't think he has anything to stop this. Oh, a Delphi? For 7, that's 1 short.
And one star.
Yeah. 1
Yeah.
short.
All
Wow.
right, good game.
Super close. Yeah, I think that's actually going to bite the Han 2 player just showing off at the end there because they are running out of time. Yeah, so super interesting. Unsure what they have in their sideboards. If the Han 2 player has Bombing Run, I might bring it in.
Yeah, I would.
It's just so good as an answer to the timing reinforcements. Because even if the Ray player buffs the X-Wings, it still gets rid of them. And oftentimes the Han 2 player will only have 1 unit in space, so not really super damaging to their own units, and usually they're pretty buff. So will be interesting. Maybe some more value cards in the sideboard, but if you know that you only have 25 minutes, 24 minutes, whatever it is, going into game 2, maybe you just try to go lower to the ground, try to finish the game faster.
Yeah, that's definitely an option. I'm not sure what these decks run in their sideboards. But yeah, I mean it's more aggro stuff. He was this close, 1 health at the end to being able to win that one just by aggroing. So
yeah, super.
Anything that can
Yeah, it looks like
there.
Ray. Is this the conversion rate? Yep. Wow. So Ray had the highest conversion rate, and then it's Han worth the risk. So these are the two decks that perform the best day one. Really cool.
Wow. I'm gonna have to step away for a second. I'll be back.
No problem.
Soon.
I'll hop in for a little bit with you, Ian. It's always a pleasure when I get to hang out with my friend Ian Klein. He's got the second best hat game in the Bothan Network.
Wait, who's got the first? George? Because he's got a pirate hat?
That's right. That's right.
Oh,
he's not only got a
on.
pirate hat, he's got a Cad Bane hat.
I know.
And
He's
I was
got
a little
too much
sad not to
swagger.
see a Vader helmet on his dome when he was playing Richmond doing so well.
Yeah, now we're all on Vader, just a different one.
That's right. Vader Nation, baby.
The Viktor squadron has risen.
So, this Han Vault deck, what do you know about how it originated over at BN?
So I know that Crispy, who's a fellow member of the Bothan Network, worked on this deck with Colby, Kodamarin, and Reflex, both members of the Bothan Network, over the last couple months. Once the Django ban happened, they've been working on this deck for a while. Crispy put it on the map in Richmond. I think he was in the 20s. He finished just short. I think he had a win in and lost to get into top 8. But since then, Colby's won a PQ with it. Reflex got a top 8 at a PQ. And then a lot of other people have adapted to this deck and made it their own. And it's been a really, really fun way to look at it, because like some people play the Mon Mothma, Bright Hope, Hammerhead package. Some people don't. Yeah, just super interesting to see it evolve. Some people go more like Rebel synergies and play Fleet Lieutenants and things like that. So.
Yeah, no, I had a long conversation with Kodamarin Colby yesterday. I actually won a 1K with the Resistance Han Green.
Oh, yeah.
As well. So it's really a valuable leader, and he got some unfair stuff. And it looks like Ryan's opening with a Mon Mothma, drawing a card. It's going to be Fleet Lieutenant, which is one of the happy things to see when you Mon Mothma on turn 1.
Really good curve filler. Helps you trade into big things.
John Todd just walked by, gave me a thumbs up, so he won his match.
Yeah, I think he's locked for top 8 then, because I think he was still X1, right?
Yep. And Wu and Cole would be too.
Sorry, what did I miss? Mon Mothma?
Mon Mothma drew a Fleet Lieutenant. That's what you missed.
Yeah, and it looks like the Han 2 player did not have a turn 1.
Which is
nothing. Wow.
Tough, because Han can play every 3-drop as a turn 1, so that really sucks.
Yeah, I do wonder if he boarded in some cards that he wants that are value-oriented and just made your deck too many bombs and not enough low drop. Oh my gosh, there's not a turn 2 play either. What is going on?
I'm looking at this hand. This hand is insane. He's got, I mean, on the bright side, this Hammerhead is gonna be massive when it finally comes out.
Yeah, and another turn. You can't even play it this turn.
You're such an optimist, RT.
Yeah.
So, if you want proof that any deck can brick, this is it. I've bricked turn 1 on Kylo Red once. I mean, which is dang near impossible, but
yeah, I mean,
variance is a thing, even at big events.
Back when I was playing Han 1, Mono Han 1, with DJ still alive and well, I think I had like over 30 turn 1 plays, and I've missed before. So all it takes is 6 cards that you can't play turn 1, right?
Yeah. All right. Fleet Lieutenant plus the Ray action being used to nice effect here to clear that Poe.
Yeah, that's such good value from the Ray player. And there's 2 threats on board, damage is piling up, and the Han 2 player is desperately trying to find stuff that's playable. Of course, when that happens, you obviously draw a Crate Dragon.
All right, there's that massive Hammerhead. basically just kills anything.
All right, and we see the Han flip. There's a Village Protectors.
That's a nice blocker for that Han.
Honestly, I don't think this Han 2 player is in a bad spot. He might have missed his first 3 turns, or 2 turns, but he didn't take that much damage.
Definitely could be worse.
And he just has a hand full of bombs. And I feel like that is what this matchup ends up being, so.
Yeah. If there's any matchup where you can afford to miss 2 turns in a row, it's this one.
Han 2 player just thinking, what bombs should I play this turn? Or what bomb, I should say. He has another Poe, a Mace Windu.
Mace Windu looks real nice here.
Yep, and that's what he chooses. So he will take that out using Han ability, so there'll be 4 damage on it. I think this just incentivizes the Fleet Lieutenant to trade in.
Yeah, that's what I'd be doing.
And then you get to have a Ray flip here that's pretty protected, honestly.
Anybody else? See if anybody else is failed. We'll do something else and try to get to the round after. Yeah, I would definitely do that.
All right.
Well, do you want me to just plan on doing you guys around after?
Hammerhead gets in. Ryan's got 6 resources. What's he going to do?
So it was 9 yesterday, so it's still
Blind 3POs and misses. 4 resources left. Could be like a Bright Hope to bounce the 3PO back.
Yeah.
So this is the third round. One round, this round after we have it.
Might use the Ray ability on C-3PO, just make it a little bit healthier.
Yeah. All right, so that means he's out of Bright Hope range. All right, here's the Ray. And the question is like Ray could hit herself, or she could hit
Akbar and then finishing it off with the Ray.
Oh, yeah.
I do wonder if it would be better to use it next turn, but I guess he doesn't have initiative, so won't be able to stop the Han activation first action, so you might as well just get rid of the Han now.
Yeah,
It's
I like
always
the
nice
right
to
there.
try to get rid of the Han leader on a turn where they might want to be using the ability.
But those resources are also matter. Like Ryan really wants to go into this turn with 7 open for a Luke. All right, Steven's turn. Who's gonna timely something?
Yeah, playing the game of which bomb do I want? I think it's a Poe.
Gotta be Poe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks nice here.
Yeah. I mean, he has to go into Ray here, it looks like.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, he could discard to make the Ray player discard, but I don't even know if you can afford to discard one of your cards here. It's not killing anything on board. The damage, 2 damage to base doesn't really matter right now. So if anything, it'd probably be discard to hand. But
it's like maybe he could go discard to clear the experience off of 3PO, which would force Ryan to commit something else to deal with this Poe. Because right now he can swing both these small units into him. But it looks like Ryan's going to base, so he probably has like a Luke in hand with Poe anyway.
Yeah, this game is not going great for the Han 2 player, unfortunately.
Last turn you said it wasn't going bad.
I know, but I don't know. Yeah,
these things.
they flop
The
every. I mean,
pendulum
every
swings.
bomb that answers another bomb and sticks around, it's just goes back and forth, you know.
Yeah. But from Ryan's perspective, sticking this 3PO and Akbar actually does feel really good.
Yeah, I
Because
agree.
it means he's going to consistently get value from them. Steven is probably just not going to be able to kill them
Yeah, I
because
mean,
the Luke is the priority.
unless there's a Fell the Dragon, there isn't really a great answer to this Luke unless he has a timely play. I mean, he has timely Wrecker. That's a good answer to the Luke. Does
that
trade,
also
but
clears
you
one of the
get to
minions.
deal 5 damage to base in the meantime.
Or you clear one of the minions with it instead.
That's true. Yeah, you could kill the C-3PO and kill the Luke. Looks like is he opting for just crate? Wow.
Looks like it.
I don't know if that's. I mean, he just throws Luke and C-3PO at it. Doesn't take any damage back. I guess that's like a way to deal with those cards, but could also just.
Or he
ignore
has
it.
the Fell the Dragon.
Yeah.
And he just hits for 9, restores 4.
Just Ray player has a million actions they get to do every turn. It's not looking good for the Han 2 player as long as there's an answer to this Crate Dragon. But I would assume by the way this Ray player is playing that there is an answer in hand. And
Yeah.
here we see it. Will be 4 damage, doesn't kill any units. Probably still puts it on a Luke.
Yeah, depends on what he has in hand, but yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
And he still has the timely Wrecker play. But, and there's a Fleet Admiral.
Ooh, that's spicy. All right. So Ryan does have lethal on board.
Yeah, I mean, this timely play has got to happen now, or it might be too late. It's like a Hammerhead coming down. Gonna deal with the Luke.
All right, that gives him another turn.
But I mean, even just on board, that's another 5-6 damage potential. A 7 damage potential. Oh, and the follow-up Luke is
The
just
second
so
Luke.
And now there's not even enough resources out to deal with the Luke this turn. So, see a Chewbacca on the Hammerhead, but there's 7 damage with activation coming in this turn.
Mm-hmm. All right, Chewie's just a bit too little, too late.
Going to 29. So Luke is lethal. Another Ray activation on the Seasoned Fleet Admiral would be lethal. Need to be able to clear multiple things here. And there is the timely Wrecker play, but that leaves back C-3PO and Akbar, which will be enough on their own. So unless there's a follow-up to defeat another thing, it's not enough. And looking to see if there's anything in discard for this home one. Think he's just going to do the timely Wrecker play here. Defeat the Seasoned Fleet Admiral, kill the Luke, and then he's just going to die to the other two.
Yeah, is there any kind of follow-up he could have? Like, does this deck run Ground Sentinels, maybe?
Some versions have, but I mean, he doesn't have, he has 2 home ones in hand. Like, he has all space in hand outside of this.
Yeah.
Once I drop it off. I gotta get back to here though. You guys have top 8.
All right.
Send somebody to blue jacket over for us.
Yeah, so here's the timely play. Gonna most likely kill the Seasoned Fleet Admiral and hit into the Luke.
Yep.
Oh, choose
Choose
sides.
sides.
Yeah, and that's GG. Handshake has been
All
presented.
right,
Ryan
good game.
Conroe gets their 2-0. Congrats to him. That was a really great match. I think he might be able to ID now into the top 8.
I thought he was X and 2.
Oh, maybe not. There might be some X21s though that get in. It just depends if you get a pair up or pair down.
Yeah, this is Lucian.
Oh no, Ryan is 8-0 and 2, so now 9-0 and 2. So I think he can. I think he can ID.
So I talked with actually Sonny and Duncan, I think, from their team. They're going to be joining us.
Luby, I'm going to go. Or do you need me still on
Nope,
here?
absolutely. Well, why don't you chat with us for a second here,
All right,
and then we'll wrap it up. Because I got to thank you and have you plug across the network, buddy.
Yeah. No, this has been a pleasure. I got teammates that are finishing up, and I'm very curious to see how they're doing. They're all on the bubble right now, so really curious to see how they're doing. And I would love to see if there's still a game going on. But yeah, Across the Network, it's a great podcast that me and Jonathan Fisher do. Just meeting different players and getting different interviews from various community members, talking about competitive SWU in the ultimate form of deck lists and meta share and various things, and it's been a super fun time doing it so far. And yeah, love the feedback people have been giving it. So thanks for watching if you have.
Well, thanks for joining us today, Ian, and all that you do for the SWU community. I was going to say we actually have Dameron coming on to co-cast the next round, and then we'll have somebody from Secret for the top 8, and then we're going to go from there. But we're going to have some heavy hitters as things have improved here.
Awesome.
All right, we are going to the last round of Swiss after this.
Where is Cad Bane? Is she safe? Is she all right? This is the way.
It's a trap!
Hey, we don't serve their kind here. I'll show you the dark side.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopy at Late Night Gaming, and I am super happy to be joined with the one and only Cad Bane.
Loopy, how's it going? Hi, I am Colby. I am Cad Bane. I am your Boca Raton Bothan spy, and we're here in round 13 of the Minnesota Regional Qualifier, the biggest tournament in North America. And this is a win and in match against, we're figuring out all the logistics of who's playing, but right now we're here to watch Cad Bane Tarkentown versus Ray Data Vault. I don't know either of these players personally. I don't think I do. But I know how this matchup should look, but I don't really know these decks. I'm really excited to watch this play out. These players have both played all weekend. This is a really long tournament, and they're looking for their top 8 entry. If you win this, you'll probably get to the top 8 and hopefully win this tournament.
And if you don't, you're really in kind of Hail Mary and a prayer mode, too. So those are the matches that we pick. The top tables at this point are going to ID to put both into the top 8.
Oh, that
at
makes
the
sense,
very top. But you're familiar with Data Vault.
I know Data Vault very well.
And we've talked about you a little bit, but
thanks. Yeah, I played a lot of Han 2, and I worked on that deck a lot. And one of the decks that I was really eyeballing as a contender to threaten a Han Data Vault list that I was really on was Ray. I've actually done a lot of testing into Cad Tarkentown, and I'm not afraid of it, but I'm looking at how the Ray matchup will handle the Cad Data Vault, the Cad Tarkentown. Big questions I want to see in this matchup, things that I want to look for is how does this Tarkentown get used? Is it used on a unit that is just about to become big? Is it used on something that has already been invested in with this Ray? If the Ray player can force the Cad player to make bad pings, bad Tarkentown decisions, I think that's going to give the Ray the advantage.
Well, and I think that's exactly right, because probably the single worst card for Han 2 to see is Tarkentown.
Sure.
But he gets it once.
Yes.
We talk about that with McBobber, who is, Tarkentown TSD, as Han 2. But they get it once. Certainly the Han Data Vault deck has a significant game where you can recover. And I think that is exactly right. You don't want to use Tarkentown on Mothma.
Right. The other thing I want to see with this matchup is we're looking at 2 leaders that flip on 6. Ray has 6 health. So when she flips over, she's a little vulnerable until she attacks. She gets that 7th health on her, then she's a little bit more stable. She heals you a little bit. But Cad has 8 health and hits for 4. So I think that this match, I don't know if the Ray Data Vault player is going to be playing ramp. I don't typically see them playing the resupplies. But the question is, what will this leader flip turn look like? How long will both of these leaders stay on the board? And of course, Ray will be healing, while Cad will probably trying to be the aggressor in this. Can Ray stabilize? Can Ray hold on to her leader, get those restore 3 hits, get those extra experiences for free, and force Cad with Cad's inferior statted units, but better free damage, if Ray can hold on long enough. The other thing I want to see generally is what the late game looks like. Can Cad close out through Data Vault? Again, at 25 health, you're 8 damage down, but I don't think the Ray is going to be putting all that much pressure into the base. So will the Cad be able to put Ray in check, do enough damage so that Ray has to make inefficient plays, maybe prevent the Luke or the Ray from swinging and healing that 3? I think it's on the Cad to win this on or near the leader flip, and then I'm sure the Cad is playing the Cad unit to capture a bunch of cards. Will that be a thing that saves the Cad player? There's a lot of little things, but I think the leader flip turn and the Tarkentown player, the 2 inflection points I'm going to want to focus on for strategic purposes. Does that make sense?
Everybody. So we actually have Ryan Conroe. So Team Secret's Ryan Conroe, who we just saw, is on the bottom, is on Ray Vault. And the Cad player's name is ironically Ray.
Oh, man. So, Ray on Cad and
Ryan.
Ryan on Ray.
On Ryan and Ray. I mean, say that 10 times fast.
The chat can hear us, yeah? Chat, is there any particular parts of this matchup before we see any plays that you think are going to be inflection points of the match? What are the important plays we're going to watch for? Okay. I think the game has started, and I think they both passed turn 1.
That's right.
I think the Ray player had initiative and passes to avoid the ping from the Cad, and the Cad player passes, doesn't even take initiative. Very interesting. Or maybe the other way, something like that.
And that can mean a lot of things. I mean, I don't think that Ray necessarily minds skipping turn 1.
I think this benefits the Ray player significantly. I think the way that the Tarkentown deck will win is by doing enough damage early, and missing that turn 1 play is huge.
Right, but Cad's open was Houndstooth in the Space Arena, which is a 4/3. and it kind of has a first strike ability. That's Prestige Houndstooth, I believe.
Very nice.
So, I mean, he does have a much more aggressively statted unit, which then scoops up C-3PO into its holding bay with Relentless Pursuit.
And I love this. This is Rey taking C-3PO out of range of the Tarkin Town with that experience. Houndstooth saying, I don't care, I have a non-damaged based removal. This is a thing I've been seeing a lot in these Cad Bane lists. There's a lot of cards like the Phantom and Chewbacca that can't get captured or bounced. Relentless Pursuit's a great answer to those, and shielding up your Cad leader. 8 health with the shield is a ton of protection for that leader. And the Rey player here, continuing with Mon Mothma, again playing smaller units, trying to build them up. The difference being that Mothma has 3 health, with Rey experience will have 4 health, might get Tarkin Town. Loopy, do you think that's a worthwhile usage of the Tarkin Town on a Mothma if it gets an experience?
Depends if you think they have Bright Hope or not. I mean, no, I if I'm Cad, I'm trying to conserve my Tarkin Town for a major offensive threat, and probably the biggest single weakness of Rey Vault, in my mind, is it doesn't have a lot of big threats. It has, 2 real bangers in Luke and Home 1 that obviously can win games. Luke's been winning games since the beginning of this game. But I don't think you want to be using it on Mon. Now, Mon getting picked up by Brave Hope is a lot of cards, and what you're worried about there is that they're finding their Luke, and they're finding their Home 1.
Not investing into the Mon Mothma. I want to see what Rey is going to do with all 5 of these resources. 3 of them go towards a village protector. Now there are 2 of them?
Now there are 2 of them!
Wow.
Look at that with Cad Bane! Oh,
play.
Man. Rey on Rey violence. Rey the Cad pilot. Setting up a gigantic game shift. Am I wrong about that?
That is a terrifying play on 6. When you don't have a 5-flip leader, Rey doesn't even get to use all of the resources. This is awful for the Rey player.
And if you're anything like me, I mean, we heard about how now there are 2 of them was going to be the best card in the face of the planet. It's not commonly played. When it's played, it's typically a Cad Bane deck that does it. But, I mean, that Underworld. Houndstooth is an Underworld card. I mean, he's up on damage. He's way up on board presence. Rey is pinned.
Yeah, so Rey can't flip unless, as long as Cad Bane is ready, because Cad Bane will kill Rey. So Timely Reinforcements. This has been a card that I've seen a lot of this weekend. You make a whole bunch of ships, and they all have Sentinel.
And, Timely Reinforcements. I saw DJ Claro in the chat before, who is our Akbar friend from Italy, using that card to great effect. And, I imagine that the uptick, if you look between Richmond, we'll actually analyze this. If we look between the Richmond deck list and then today, Timely Reinforcements is probably one of the highest up cards, because we've seen it played several times today at the top tables.
That's really cool. I haven't seen it myself a lot, but I've heard it. And seeing it at the top tables, Rey made, for a 5 cost, 6 resources of units, and later in the game, it would make more stats worth of units at the same cost. And then Rey can buff them up even.
Right,
Very
and
cool.
Rey was horrifically behind, I think would be accurate,
Yes.
as this turn started, but, being able to block the Houndstooth is quite a bit.
So here's a question. I think it's an easy one right now, but it's always, do you attack with the Cad Bane unit? It's 7 damage, but your opponent can get a card back. This time it would probably be the Village Protectors. Ooh, the Bazine? Man, this is a ton of work, and a ton of extra ping coming out from the Cad Bane.
Oh, yeah. And Bazine's obviously a Cad card. That's not sneaking up on anybody, but knowing it's coming is different than stopping it.
There's a ton of card advantage from the Cad Bane list here. I think that Cad Bane, both these units are going to hit. What are you taking from the Bazine?
So there's 2 Lukes, a Home 1 and 2 Flutes.
So there's some redundancy. Like, you could take the Home 1 and be like, okay, I'm getting rid of the redundancy, and that's
exactly what I would do, because,
The issue is that the Luke comes down next turn. Like, the curve is really nice.
Now, we just did a Cad Blue Masterclass. It's a little bit different than Cad Tarkin Town, but if Cad has McClunky right now, being able to pull up Bazine to start thinning Lukes, he knows what's there. Never underestimate the power of the peak. right? When you can actually see the opponent's hand. I mean, sometimes with Quinlan, you cast Jam Communications. That's a sideboard card in my Quinlan deck. And you might not hit something, but you learn what you need to do to dismantle the rest.
It reminds me of like set 1, where we had the Viper Probe droid. That was just the standard 3/2 that you would play. And that was good enough. Like, that knowledge was part of the game, and we don't see that as much without the active hand hate. So here comes the Cad. It is surprise striking in, and I assume that the Ray player has taken initiative and avoided flipping Ray. This is that inflection point that we were looking at. So one of the inflection points we were looking for, how does the leader flip turn look? That, now there are 2 of them, awful for the Ray player. The other one also happens on this turn, the Tarkin Town. Honestly, not a ton of value, but the Cad player is so far ahead because of the now there are 2 of them into Cad Bane play. Really, that... Oh, okay, and we see the scoop. Ray is way too far behind. The Luke doesn't save you, and that's it.
And that's actually a great play by Ryan, too, though. I mean, after when Ian was calling, the Han 2 Data Vault player probably played 5-10 minutes after they had lost just trying to find a way, and it got within 1 damage, but they went to game 2 with about 20 minutes left in the round. I mean, Ryan needs to win 2, and you don't want to go to a lost cause, because Ray could delay the game more.
Yeah, and that's one of the skill things that you need at the top tables in these win and in moments as a mid-range slow deck player. Ray needs to grind a game out. The way that Ray will ever win a game is by going to turn 7, 8, and 9, right, with these larger units, unless there's some sort of really big buff up, but I think that Cad will handle the deck. So the Ray player knows that they need 20 to 30 minutes per game in order to win 2 games. So scooping is part of being a good player, is knowing when a game is lost and that time is a resource.
All right, so what are you thinking about sideboard as we're going here? We're not able to divulge lists yet. We'll be able to do that next round. We can actually generate the images, but for the competitive integrity of the gaches, we don't share anything we know about the deck lists until they're open for both players.
Loopy, let's do it this way. You can sideboard any card of the game in. What do you sideboard into either of these decks? What comes in to help these?
Well, I think that for Ray, one thing that she knows now, or Ryan playing is that now there are 2 of them is in the deck. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that actually causes me to kind of go to any kind of lower cost removal, because I know it's going to be a priority to remove things right away. You don't want to left something out there, right? It's the same thing as, you don't want something that they're going to be able to barrage for 6. You don't want there to be 1 underworld unit at any point, because what happened in game 1 can happen again, where Cad Bane comes and eats your deck.
It's terrifying. Normally when your opponent's on 1 unit, maybe lane dodging, you feel great. Ray felt all right in that position. The Relentless Pursuit was taking the units, but the Ray player was doing fine, and then the whole board just evaporated. So playing something like Fell the Dragon, I might not, against Cad, I might side out Fell the Dragon because they don't play that many strong, high-power units, but after game 1, I'm scared of that play.
Right, with Cad.
So the theory might be take out Fell the Dragon against Cad, but the feeling is different.
And Cad Bane is one of those lists that can be built in many different ways.
Yes.
Your teammate Carlos, who's a friend of mine, Carlos Torres, who I think is actually either locked or playing for a win-in right now, is a Cad guy, and his list changes directly. I mean, if you have now there are 2 of them, it also thinks there might be Zuckuss, too. It's
Zuckuss, Bosk, Syndicate Lackeys if you're feeling spicy, and then the 7, the big guy, the Cad Bane. And
Cad Bane, yep.
These are reasons to keep in Fell the Dragon, even if, like, the textbook says against Cad Bane, Fell the Dragon's only good against Cad Bane. So, I think this is the idea of keep in removal on those earlier curves. That's a great thing to sideboard in. Does the Cad player need to side anything in? Maybe enhancement hate, maybe more relentless pursuits or something.
So if I'm Cad, I mean, one way to tackle Ray Data Vault is just lots of ground ambush. Try to get your 2-for-1s. So I mean, if there's extra copies of Forlom in there, or anything that's
Syndicate Lackey,
anything that can 2-for-1 all of the little chumps Ray plays, because Ray's whole deck is full of little chumps on the ground until it gets to loot.
we see the same turn 1 pattern where they both skip that turn 1, and we see a Mist Hunter.
And a Mist Hunter. That is Mist Hunter, and the players have reversed the space and ground arenas.
You know,
Keep us honest.
The planets go around the sun, so it's on the other
That's
side
right.
now.
And the rules say that wherever the first unit is placed establishes the arena, so that is their right.
Okay, so the Sundari comes down, and as Ray, knowing that there are these Relentless Pursuits, these pickup cards, oh wow, we see it again. We see, now there are 2 of them for Bosk, and Bosk only ambushes for 4, but since Cad Bane has a ping, you get to kill that 5 damage unit. It doesn't take a bunch of damage back because it had 1 power. This is, again, really dire for the Ray player.
Yeah, and Ray the Cad player, clearly understands Ray the Data Vault deck, and is taking mine. I mean, we don't know if Bosk, I suppose I could know, but I'm not going to tell you whether Bosk was main or sideboarded here. But, I mean, it's exactly the play pattern we talked about, which is try to ambush on the ground, take care of that, Sundari. Your co-founder, George Hulk, just actually did an excellent masterclass with Cad Blue, and we spent a lot of time on the pings, on the ambushes, because it is really something that makes Cad go. And what he said, paraphrasing, is that Cad, when it can keep the board thin, I mean, it's very, very important to keep there not a lot of units on the other side, right? Because the power of his things goes away if there's 3 things out.
Mm-hmm. Right. A thing I want to also mention is that now there are 2 of them. One of the things that was really keeping it back in the meta was a lot of hand hate. Both Han Yellow and Quinlan were playing lots of heroic hand hate. And even some Ray decks had run Pillage at one point, and now I've seen a lot of those fall off. Certainly with the ban of DJ, and just I think the decline of Quinlan, we're seeing a lot less hand hate. So now there are 2 of them. The Han Data Vaults, even the Han 1 list with green, they don't run as much hand hate.
Yeah, and we'll see about Quinlan long term. I'm actually looking at Mickey over there playing at a top table, so
amazing.
Not a lot of people. Quinlan representation in the meta plummeted, but the conversion rate was excellent.
Yes.
Of the people that play Quinlan.
But what that shows is that some of these 2-card combos, they hate that ship, or now there are 2 of them, might be a little bit safer to, on a 9-round, 13-round day, make it to these top tables.
Yeah.
I think that's really cool. So here's the Entrenched from the Ray. They're slowing down for some reason. They went to... something's happening. We're at 5 resources, 6 resources. The Ray is just not using all of their money. We're on the 6 resource turn. No, we're still on the 5 resource turn. The Ray has spent $3. I'm not entirely sure.
Ray has 6 showing. I think actually the Cad player has 6 showing.
So last turn it was. I'm not sure what the resource curve is, but I think that Ray is way behind. I think that Ray is missing.
So you're telling me that with the Zuckuss and Bosk in the ground arena and the Mist Hunter in the space arena, the Ray is behind on board?
Yeah, and it's not only that they're way behind, it's that, like, if this was a control list, if this was like a pure blood control list, you might have a tool, you might have more entrenched, you might have ways to handle this. This might be part of the plan. I don't think this is part of Ray's plan. Ray needs to be building units, making them wide, and Ray can't. The Ray board is unable to do this. So the Cad Bane player seems to have claimed really early. Again, what am I missing here on this board? How is... Oh, the Ray resupplied. That's what we're missing. Okay, that's what I'm missing.
She ramped.
Ray ramped. Okay, that's what happened. Thank you, Caleb. Appreciate it. So that's why Ray is ahead. That's why Ray is met by the Zuckuss. And is this okay? Is this... the Cad Bane still hasn't used his Tarkentown, so R2D2 sitting at 5 health. Ping from Bosk plus Tarkentown. Question, Loopy. Does this Bosk, does this Zuckuss go base, or do they go board?
Well, I think that Ray needs to be handled. You can't let anybody restore 3 over and over again.
Sure.
And Luke's when played is extremely powerful, obviously, but his restore 3 is also one of the reasons he wins games.
Yeah. So, okay, so step 1, you can't go aggro, you can't go face as long as that Ray is there. And that Entrench is doing a lot of work.
If he's got like that is great. So Forlom comes in, is able to kill R2D2, and what that also means is Zuckuss is now lethal on Ray.
Yeah, and Forlom has 5 power, you still get the free damage from the Cad Bane.
Yeah, that was the ideal card to have
That is 2 damage on Forlom and not 2 experience on
Yeah,
Forlom.
yeah, that would be 2.
Yeah.
2 damage.
So here's that Felder Dragon. Here's that
Okay, so
Felder Dragon for the early threats. This is what we were looking to see.
Fel keeps him alive.
Fel keeps Ray alive. There's not a great trade. You know what I want to see from the Cad player? I want to see a McClunky. I want to pick that Miss Hunter back up, get it back on the board.
And with Boss Scout, McClunky is dang near overwhelming barrage at times.
Yeah.
I mean, can actually conceivably hit 3 units.
Yeah, and
Right.
with a McClunky right now would deal like 7 damage. It would just decimate Ray.
Right.
We see Akbar.
Akbar is real good. that's much needed for Ray.
These are these proactive plays. You can't just play a Sundari
Right.
that is not actively handling your opponent's board. So this Akbar already did its work.
And I heard one of the interviews Qi'ra did, who played Ray dealt very, very well, but he talked about Akbar's effect being something that doesn't otherwise exist in Hero.
That's a good point. Yeah, there's not a lot of the Han 2 decks are finding that in there's the Resistance Squadron Blue Wing and then there's the Rebellious Hammerhead. But this on play kill a thing that was a little bit damaged and get value because I've got a unit, especially with Ray, you can afford this lower statted unit to get the value and then draw. So Ray hits Bosk.
Yeah, and I think that's actually a really good play by Ryan. It doesn't feel good putting your leader into Bosk, but it shows that he knows the matchup and how strong Bosk on the board can be for a Cad Bane.
So the question is, how's this Bosk going to go? Because certainly Ray is setting something up to kill this Bosk, the Ray leader.
Yeah. Well, another Akbar gets it. Maybe he's got another hand.
Okay, another Akbar. Still, okay. What's going? Let's talk game plan. How does the Ray win this game? If we go to a game 3, what does the Ray do to win?
From here?
Yes.
Well, I mean, obviously Ray's really behind the board. I mean, you just glancing at it.
Yeah.
Makes
So is
that
it like
abundantly clear?
Is it Luke's? Is it home ones? Is it experience? What does Ray need to do to pull the comeback?
Yeah, well, the first thing that has to happen is some stabilization. So it's going to be 2. It's going to be, I bet, digging. Nope. C3PO. Hope and a prayer and got a blue leader.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
That was blind. I don't think that there was any.
I think you just named 3. That's what you probably do.
Right, because he had experienced R2. He hadn't attacked with it.
But he played R2, so he knows.
Was it R2 played this turn? Yeah, it was played for 1. So he did know what it was going to be.
And the Bazine
He's going to take the blue leader.
So this is just a very weak hand, is what I'm seeing.
No, it's. I'll tell you what Ray's plan path to victory isn't. Is C3PO and R2 only in the ground arena. Maybe that gets you there. No, Mon Mothma might get you there.
This is rough. This is. Is it Luke? Is it Redemption? Redemption is hard to fight into this Mist Hunter, so it's not that.
Well, that's the problem. Entrenched is a double-edged sword and has been for a very long time. You know, the Mist Hunter can't attack you. It can't draw cards for you, which is another thing Mist Hunter can do, particularly in this deck with all the bounty hunters. But, you know, it's also makes it not feel good to pay a whole 1. The thing's going to be able to attack for it for 6.
It's like, let's say Ray is playing Super Laser Blast off color. Let's say that there is some sort of, how about Nebula Blast, Nebula Ignition?
Nebula Ignition.
Right.
Nebula Ignition would be a good card for Ray to draw soon if it exists.
And like, is that what the Ray player needs to win this game? Is that the only way through?
Well, I mean, I think conceivably enough Lukes and home ones, if they can stay alive, you know, doing it. But you really need Cad to draw poorly then that there's no answers.
I agree.
Right.
And I think combined with that, the value plays like the Akbar. I think I really like that Akbar play, but now this Bosk has a shield on it. You needed to kill that Bosk. You traded your leader for it.
Yeah, and Relentless Pursuit is a card that's having a little bit of renaissance, caused in part by all the Han Green Falcon stuff, where really that plays well and
it
can
gets
answer
under the
some things.
Chewbacca.
It gets under the Chewbacca. But that shield is a backbreaker for Ray.
And like, let's look at this Tarkin Town, and like, I want to applaud it for playing these cards in this meta. Now there are 2 of them in a meta with less hand hate. Relentless Pursuit in a pilot heavy format that is better against, and getting that shield in a Hantu Data Vault world. These are a lot of cards that are very well positioned in this meta, and I think that's why it's performing so well.
Absolutely. All right, well, Bosk is going in. Cad's got to be thinking about turning the corner right now. He does have to get through 33 points of health. But, you know, despite being a blue-green deck, I mean, really, I think that Cad Bane is playing control and needs to play control. And look at how hard it's been for Ray to stick units long-term.
Yep. And the Tarkin Town hasn't even been played yet.
Yep.
Here's Blue Leader for a crafty.
And that's not a criticism. I think that's actually a very good play.
Oh, yeah.
By Ray, is saving that Tarkin Towns if you start slipping, you know, and you see a Luke.
And I think it's very easy here to say, yes, Tarkin Town, the unit with 3 health left. But look, he's going to hold it for at least a second.
Yeah,
this is nice.
No, he doesn't have any Saboteur on the board, but he has a Bazine on the board, which is almost like a Saboteur.
Yep. And I think the Bazine was intended to trade into the Blue Leader.
All right, so puts a XP on the village people.
So let's look at the Ray player coming back. We are seeing the value play of ambush in and don't die, and we are seeing the don't die to the Cad ping.
Right.
We are seeing get village protectors and force another turn, force a bunch more interaction. This is the sort of grind that the Ray player is looking to do. Why you scoop round 1, because you know this might have to be part of your game plan.
Right.
Right?
And we should actually... Cad is up 1-0.
This is true.
I just noticed that.
So
some of you, may have noticed we've got scrolls, we've got lots of things happening. All of us are working together, all of the coverage teams, and putting a hand in, but we're trying to automate a lot of this stuff long term. A lot of it's manual now, but I don't think it'll be in a year.
You all have to see Loopy. He is doing so much manual work. He is a wizard at OBS. What a champion.
Well, that's not my core competence, but I appreciate all the people that help show me what to do. But what I am good at is getting all the people to work together, because I did organize all the people that are doing all this.
He did.
So.
And I see it happening. I know you had a lot of trouble with internet or something, but here we are with the stream.
Don't get me started on Verizon today.
Oh,
but,
man.
it was... but the other 2 streams wouldn't be here. I got both of them to come.
Excellent. So, the things are happening at other tables.
Surprise strike, yep. I think actually a Bothan just advanced. That's what just happened.
This was surprise strike off of Houndstooth. Bosk ping kills Blue Leader.
Oh! And that's the kind of stuff Cad does, right? And, I mean, heck, at this point, what is it? Nebula Ignition would still be ideal. It kills everything other than the Mist Hunter. Other than that, you're looking at Out of Aspect Barrage or something like that, because Hero does not have multi-target removal.
Let's look at this. Again, Ray plays a card, kills a thing, and sticks a unit. This is the 3rd time we've seen Akbar, we've seen Blue Leader, and now we've seen Luke. We've also seen the Village Protectors eating stuff. Suddenly, the Ray play, look at the board. If you ask me just at face value, this isn't so bad for Ray.
Yeah, no, we'll see. Now, Cad's resources aren't spent. So, let's see. Does Cad Bane takes care of Luke. Is there a way that he gets it so Cad Bane can take both? I suppose if you lose your leader, you can.
And you know what? This is the grinding play. This
right.
is why Ray Data Vault has won these PQs and has done well at these tournaments. It's not out yet. It's not done.
And I'll do you one better. I think that this is the key moment of the match where it turns one direction or the other.
Which is amazing. There shouldn't be a key moment. This should be locked up and over for the Cad Bane. But it's not, because the Ray player... Okay, this is bad. But if you kill that unit, you get both your guys back. You can kill that unit for 4, get both your guys back, keep working it.
And this shows why Ray the Cad pilot makes the big bucks. He actually realized I don't give up my leader. I just have to attack the Sundari to set up the 8-point Cad.
Because it needs the damage, and
right.
The Cad unit can only take 8 health worth of units. Got it.
So, excellent play by Ray the pilot. Ryan is doing very, very well in a tough matchup, for Team Secret. Wanting to advance, obviously, to the top 8. There's a lot on the line. Everybody in the top 8 gets a flight to Vegas.
Oh, it's the top 8 or was it top 2? The whole top
I
8?
think the regional is the top 8.
Wow. Yeah,
So-
a lot on the line.
The sectors are the top 2.
I see. Yeah, crazy.
So, yeah, you know, and that gets there. I see Ian jubilantly holding his hands up.
Yeah.
So that means one of your crew advanced.
Yeah, I did. That's Tetra.
Tetra.
Amazing.
Yep. Cad Bane comes in for 6 to
And
base.
this is where a lot of these lists, you'll see that they have closing power because they have these extra tools, these pilots, these hotshot blasters. Hold on, wait a second. I'm losing a lot faster than I thought I would. I thought
Yeah.
I had 2 turns, but I've only got 1.
Well, and just to your point, I mean, a second ago that said 11. And,
Yeah.
you know, boy, has Cad started turning the corner. Now, Luke is on the board. That's
Yeah.
obviously a good thing for Ray. But Luke doesn't give you any healing until next turn, if he somehow survives.
6-4. 5 for another blue leader to kill just anything. Just get it off the board. Kill there instead of the Cad leader?
Well, I think that blue leader play was about the Cad leader, right? Because he's actually trying to give Ray, the Cad pilot, a decision point here. Like, he could have claimed and got another swing off with Cad, but now Ryan's going to claim and know that the blue leader is going to be able to also take care of the leader next turn.
It has to be the Luke.
But you're right, because of the health on base.
You need that restore. It's dire.
Yeah.
Oh,
And-
and the
And, you know, Ryan knows it has to be the Luke because he just put the Cad ping on Luke, knowing that it's going to die and the blue leader is going to have to kill something else. Greedo coming down is insult to injury, insult in the wound for 1.
I want to see. Okay, so I think home 1 for village protectors is a stabilizing play. Certainly Luke to kill Cad first. You don't actually lose the Luke yet, which is nice, but you know he'll die eventually. But you get the heal. Greedo puts the damage right back, and the Houndstooth is presenting lethal. This is very close. I mean, well, it's not. It's very close to being over. It's not super close at this moment. But we are
Game 2.
we are at the closing moments. Is there? Okay, the Ewing. This is possible. What is maybe a Bright Hope plus a Village Protectors? I think Bright Hope Village Protectors is a way to hold on a little longer. The Houndstooth and the Cartel Spacer could trade for the Bright Hope. I don't know if Bright Hope's even in the list. We haven't seen it, but I would think it is for Ray. And then
sure.
Houndstooth plus Cartel Spacer would trade, but Ray could give it an experience. You see, I'm finding the lines. Okay, it's just Luke. It is Luke for the Houndstooth, and then there's still showing 4 damage. I think you have to swing with the Crafty first for fear of Village Protectors. Never mind. There it is.
And Ray wins on behalf of Cad Bane. What a match. What a match.
Great match, very instructive, and really cool to see interesting cards in what is a standard-ish list. Like I see a lot of Cad Tarkentown, and we're seeing a lot of innovations that are particularly effective today, right now, at this part of the game.
And what do you mean by that?
The No Go To Me dead because there's no hand hate. The Tarkentown still being good, but not even needing to be used because the other kills are so efficient. And then the Houndstooth to probably trade with Falcons and other blue leaders and stuff. And the Mist Hunter, I guess, too. There's a sneak attack, it seems. There's a lot of things. Like, was it running the Devastator? Who knows? But the Cad player making it happen.
All right, so that is our match. I do not know if there's a secondary. We did call a secondary, so if they go to game 3, we're going to go to a Be Right Back string. Don't leave me, Cole. And I'm going to see what's going on if we can get a backup match.
Is she all right? We don't serve their kind here.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopy and Kodamarin. So we're getting towards the top 8. What's your takeaway from the event as a general, Colby?
I have really enjoyed watching the post-Django ban meta evolve. Really, once that card got banned, everyone was saying, oh no, Django was the whole meta. Once it was gone, we don't know what's good. Han lost DJ, 3 cards got banned, and we had the healthiest meta I've ever seen. No one knows what colors are the best, no one knows what decks are the best, and that's true. And I think from that, a really healthy mid-range control aggro, there's a really good meta share for all 3 styles of classic deck tempos to play. And everyone's got their own take. People are bringing more ingenuity, more tech cards, more match. Interesting games, and just a really healthy meta game. It's really cool to see.
All right, and actually I'm going to hide this for a second then.
Yeah.
Because I think you're actually just leading me to want to talk about a slide here too. So, talking about a meta.
Wow.
So this is the leaders that made top 64. And, you know, I think it's notable, but you have 3 things all at 8. Okay. Then 2 7s, 6 2 5s. Tyler Parrott stopped by. He's one of the designers for FFG and said hi to the broadcast booth yesterday. And I commended him on the meta for CCG. And I know you're another card game player, you know, too. You know, been at this for a while, but I mean, this is healthy, isn't it?
It's not just that it's healthy. A lot of times you'll see people making variants on the same deck. Like if I was playing a Django deck, I could change the leader to Cad Bane and still have the same 50 cards. These are not the same 50 cards. Vader 4 is its own deck that it's the only one playing the 1/3 in space. Right? Rey is playing unique cards from Han, and they're all sharing strategies but doing their own thing and interacting in such cool ways.
Right. And, you know, it's healthy enough that we still have a Yoda getting in, we have a Palp getting in.
Yeah.
For Christ's sakes, we have Tarkin and Akbar, you know, getting into the top 64. So it shows that the people that, you know, are homebrewing, you know, as opposed to the net deckers, are doing well.
Yeah. There's room to play an optimal strategy from a weird deck, and you have an edge because your opponent doesn't know how to fight you, how to deal with what are the threats. Threat assessment is such a big skill at the top levels, and having a deck with a bunch of 2/2 flyers from Akbar, how do I deal with that? What is the threat? Loopy, are there any decks that you thought would do better, or you're surprised to not see having 5, 6, 7, 8 finishes?
Well, I can tell you the biggest surprise for me was Quinlan's meta share, as opposed to its conversions, right?
Okay.
So for, a deck that was a finalist at Richmond, and I think actually top 4 at Lille, to drop all the way to 4%, is there. So, and I think it had a lot to do with
4%?
It was at 4%.
Wow.
So, there, and actually Cad was not strongly represented too. In fact, let me get that slide, since we're talking about it.
It turns out those decks are still good, but a lot of people are seeing, oh, I might have the edge. The meta is so open, I can play my cool thing. And that's taking a player who has deck building interests and taking them off of that meta list that is just a clear favorite like Django. Even me, I played Django at Beatle, and because my brews weren't working, but here they can.
So this is actually what we started with, and I mean, all the slices of pies really make me happy. But yeah, you had Cad and Quinlan down here below new Boba, and below Anakin, and below Vader 1. Now Vader 1 not converting makes me very sad. I wish I could have played this thing. But
Quinlan Voss below Vader 1. Wow.
Right.
In a 650 player tournament.
But then look at how they converted.
Yeah.
We have Cad and Quinlan with large numbers of the players making it. Ray, actually, it's a Ray day, followed by Hans.
It is a Ray day.
Well, and then...
Oh, these are the shift, I see.
This is the shift. This is the increase in percentage from the meta to the top 64, to day 2.
Very cool. So, a deck that I'm surprised I didn't see more of was Set 1 Palpatine. The way that the rock, paper, scissors of a card game typically goes is that aggro decks are beaten by mid-range value. Mid-range value are beaten by control, and then the aggro decks feast on control. With the shift of the meta more towards mid-range, I was expecting to see more of these high, long control, the Bosk, the Palpatine. The Qi'ra is really taking that spot as the control, the longest of these here. The Rey and the Qi'ra are the ones that are playing the most control-y game. I'm surprised there's not more Palpatine.
Absolutely. All right, so let's do the results. We're going to do a top table review as to which matches are in, so you can.
Are we still resolving? I think we're still resolving the actual final top 8 as of right now.
Right. There's one match still outstanding, so this hasn't gone there. But
do we need this? Oh, that's shit. We're shuffling through.
Yeah,
Very
it's
cool.
shuffling through. It'll be okay.
Very cool.
But actually, I can reload that. Yes.
Cool.
We'll grab that.
So we had. This was last round. This was not this round.
This what? No, this is, I think, these matches. So you just gotta get here to see. So let's get to the 13 matches. They should be in the same spot.
There we go.
All right. So Wu and Silu. I mean, it shows 2-1. I mean, I don't know if they actually played.
No, I think they did play. I think there was actually a very interesting prisoner's dilemma of, if I'm at a top table, if I intentionally draw, will I make the final 8? Because cutting to top 8 is very competitive when you have all of these 8-2-1s and these 9-0, or I guess at this point it's like 13 or something.
Yep. So, table 1, Han Blue dealt Wu's first loss. They played that all the way full. Table 2 drew. Oh, excuse me, Christopher Lewis. That's a Quinlan Voss Tarkentown. So he won, putting Wu on his first loss. And we're just talking about this. Cole, that's one of your teammates, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Might be.
It is. I think, according to Jeff a second ago.
Sure.
Drew with Alex. Tada and Chrono obviously drew. Carlos Carlos near Drew. Carlos Apodaca is a great Quinlan pilot for Madison. I actually talked with him as I was making that deck, and I was involved with Mickey and things from there. But he is a monster, and I love seeing Carlos in the top 8. He's probably 16 or 17.
So scroll up here real quick. So let's look at these top 4 matches.
Yep.
The Cole Alex, CJ John, and Carlos, all of them intentionally drew. This means that all 6 of those players believe the map to be in their favor, that they'll all be in the top 8 and they don't need to play this round. Ophir and Cluis played because that means Cluis thinks he needs to beat Ophir to get into the cut. So hypothetically, our top 8 at the start of round 13 should be Ophir and the other top.
And I see Wu. I don't know exactly how that went. I mean, he wouldn't from not hitting pressure on him.
Sure.
That he was in because he was undefeated going into the round.
Sure.
Then we had all the draws, and then we saw Ray piloting Cad.
Yep.
Win against Ryan Conroe. Jeff Creasy, I talked to 1-2-1. He has great breakers and is hoping for a bye to pass down.
Do you prefer Jabba's Palace or Mos Eisley in that matchup?
For
Frank versus Jeff, which yellow base do you prefer, Loopy?
It's really tough because what I would say is they're both wrong. And the reason that they're both wrong is that Darth Vader, if there's one thing we know about him, is he hates sand.
He does hate sand.
And they've both chosen, in wild fashion, to put Darth Vader on Tatooine. And, I really expect better from you, Frank and Jeff. I hope that you watch this replay, but what yellow base would you put Vader yellow on?
I think level 1313 is so cool.
I think so, too.
Yeah. The other one I would say, I remember back at Gen Con, someone had a base chopper, a French chopper base. It was the winner of one of the, I think, day 3 at the Gen Con a year ago.
Le base chopper?
Le base chopper. I think that's the favorite yellow 30 I've ever seen. But yeah.
All right, too. I can get behind. I would actually love to see a movie or a show where Vader is down in the underworld of Coruscant, doing some damage. So, shout out to everybody, though. Anybody whose name on this list played exceptionally well. This is the largest SWU event in America to date. I mean, we see the same names here, but it's not easy to do this well with 600-person tournament.
Yeah, these are top players playing the best decks and bringing out all the stops because the next one is Worlds, right? So this is the last really huge, there's a couple of PQs, but the last really huge tournament that's going to get a ton of coverage. It's a regional. It's the biggest regional. So you'll see a lot of new things come out, but Worlds will have set 5 in it. What's that meta going to look like? Not like this. Force users, I guess.
And I should actually go the page down, too. Vika and Alex played excellent. They played it out on stream, or actually their sub-table. They went through. I mean, it's not that easier. And how about Tim, too? You know who that is? Titan 1K?
No kid. Oh, Titanic.
Yeah. Hard to miss. He's standing over there.
He's Titanic.
Yep.
Did he win?
He's on the top screen of
he is
there. I don't know about top 8, but there's going to be buys passed on a lot because on those top tables I would be surprised if a couple of them, and I think they might all have buys.
And there's something to be said about.
The one I wouldn't be sure about is Raycan.
If you play this whole tournament and you don't ID or anything, this is a 17 round weekend. Is that right?
Yep.
16 round. 16 round weekend. That's a lot of Star Wars games back to back to back, and they only get tougher. They only get more mentally taxing. And if you fall into the, I'm just going to play the regular lines, I'm going to play, the 3, 4, 5, 6, you might get outplayed at these top tables because people are expecting it. They know the match, they know the game, and you have to have a lot of mental stamina. So really, congratulations to all these players to play 13 rounds. Wake up early and play a bunch of Star Wars cards. It's a lot of work.
Right, and you have a lot of people that do a lot for the community on here, too. Maddie Gem, Reflect. I mean, there's people that are generous with their times. I mean, we wouldn't have master classes if we didn't have people that are willing to spend a couple of hours teaching other people for the deck. So, thanks so much. Speaking of volunteer their time, to Yuko. Excellent commentary throughout. Why don't you tell the viewers what's going on at your channel?
Oh, yes.
Over at the Bothan Network generally.
So the Bothan Network, we're always testing, we're always welcoming new members, we're always thinking about decks, and we're always welcoming people to come around and introduce themselves and grow the network and just grow the game overall. Personally, I won a PQ recently, so I posted a big video about Han Data Vault, and I'm going to post a video. I've been vlogging on my phone between matches. I'll just walk around and tell about my thoughts, so I'll post that.
For those that don't know, Ko is the hero of Gen Con because I think we all came to Gen Con as content creators and were shocked that there wasn't any coverage at all. And somehow you rigged with duct tape and determination, you know, the only stream that had then hundreds of people watching right as that set began. So I was grateful that, you know, I was there, but all the people that had a chance to see that. So, you know, thank you for all you do and for making it
everyone
happen.
watching, we all have a phone. Most of us have phone stands. If you film your game, you post it, you send it to Loopy, you send it to some content creator you love. Just the more you show people playing this game, the more it grows. That's my theory, especially at big tournaments. If you film a game, if you can just talk about it, it grows the community.
And that is an A+ segue. We're going to let you go, Kobe. Thank you so much. I hope to have you back for a masterclass soon on you know what. I saw Nico, who's the head of OP for Fantasy Flight. We're going to see if we can get him on for a little interview here before we get to the top cuts. So thank you very much. We're going to go to break, folks, but the best is yet to come.
Have a good day, everyone.
Coverage. Yep. Here, I'm going to make a name tag for you. It's going to be on that camera. There you go. And
what do you prefer, that we look at each other or that we look at the camera? When
look at the camera. So you're talking, there's an NAKO or an ACO?
An ACO.
Yep. All right. Fantasy Flight is correct or has been?
5 games.
5 games. What is 5 games?
Who's that? Yes, yeah.
I can do whatever you want. This is just there. Do you want to tell us? We probably have space for it. Or do you want something there?
You need a capital F, though, on the first F.
Oh. So, what I would like to just kind of cover is how you think the event is. We're going to be very positive, obviously. And anything that, we can do to kind of emphasize Worlds coming up. And what you've done since you've kind of come on to improve. I think those are kind of three things that'll throw you softballs and just kind of explain kind of what changes are made there. Does that sound like a plan? If there's anything else you want me to ask you, I'm happy to do that.
No. Speaking about the World Knights, next stage.
The best thing we can do for the good of the game is build excitement for that right now, I think.
Yes. And it's genuine. We're really working hard on it. It's going to be super cool.
I know this. I mean, first off, Chad is Chad. We were just talking about that everybody is hard on everybody, you included. But, I knew Josh Massey from Destiny because, we went between the two, right? We were a Destiny stream before we did anything else, and we were able to stick around. But that was tough with losing him right at the game last time, sure.
Tough is an euphemism.
Yep. But I'm glad to have you around, and you guys have been killing it lately. Okay, that all looked good.
Nico is a bit high though, but it's okay. Nobody cares.
All right.
Do I hear you well?
All right, they can hear us now. So, Nico, I joined with Fantasy Flight's head of organized play. Is that the correct title?
That's organized play program manager is the correct title, but head of FOP works.
Right. So Nico and I met at Gen Con, and tell me about organized play since you were hired. I think shortly after Gen Con you officially started.
Yes. Well, you're asking me a very large question here.
There you go.
Maybe I can start with the vision, the why we're here. We designed something that is called the C3OP. There's a fun little pun with the famous droid here. But above the pun, the 3C really means something for us. Connect, collect, compete.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we try to always keep in mind when we crafted the program, the organized play program for Season 0 and Season 1. Season 0 is a proto-season. It's what's happening right now in Minneapolis, in the world. And it's a season that allowed us to monitor how the community is taking ownership of what we're offering to them, this organized play program. What is it that you like? What is it that you don't like? You didn't like the double chaos system, for instance. The community was very resistant to that. We changed.
That's true.
We changed.
Right.
We do that each time we have an opportunity. And we're trying to learn as well from the data we're collecting and all the feedback that we're gathering live. That's why everybody in my team, nearly, is today here in Minneapolis for the regional. And we were in Lille, we were in all the events, and we're taking the 2 days each time to spend, as much games as we can with the players. Yeah. Giving an opportunity to everybody, from the most high-level competitors, the most engaged community contributors, and as well all the people that don't always have a voice, just to listen and absorb their feedback, their impression, what they like.
And who does that team consist of? Because I've seen several people here that I think you're talking about, but I don't think they get enough credit. They take a lot of heat.
Yes, we're growing first. So there is Ron Longi, that everybody seems to know is absolutely formidable. Right. He has the biggest heart of the team, I would say, is in charge of growing our presence in the local game store.
Right. And Ron was the OP head or something along those lines for Pastime Games in Chicago.
You're correct.
So, which is a PQ that I met him doing coverage. And
Massive
I
experience.
didn't know till 3-4 years ago. But, I always like a guy that loves draft.
He is a limited-oriented kind of player, but he has a very potent premier deck right now as well.
Yeah, they're very good.
Then you got Corey that
yep.
everybody knows because he's frequently on stream and is as well yelling "welcome" at the beginning of our shows. He's our specialist, so he's the brain behind the numbers, the structures. He comes up with the first draft. And then we discuss the details, the intentions, what it means, what do we need to change. But the hardest part, I think, is on him.
Right.
He designs organized play for us. Then I got Maddy, Madeleine Hazelman, and Rémi Chouffot. Rémi is based in France. Maddy is based in the US, here in Roseville. And they're taking care of the planetary qualifiers.
Right.
So it's very useful to have someone on both sides of the ocean to speak with the local game store on their own time zone. So Maddy is obviously working with the American ones mostly, and Rémi is working with the European one mostly.
Oh, absolutely.
I have Paul in my team, that is my producer.
Okay.
And I'm opening 2 positions right now. If you're willing to join the team, you can completely apply. I think it's on the Asmodee website. I'm opening for someone that's going to be the voice of OP, someone that's going to be a public speaking person, doing a lot of interviews, present, what I'm doing here right now.
Right.
And I'm searching for someone that will help us do all this hard synchronization work with all those fantastic partners we're working with, Melee.gg, Cascade Games, Star City Games, Fanfinity, OP, and such.
All right.
That's my team.
Yep. And Star City Games is the organizer of this event, and they run a tight ship. Great event beginning to end. What are the big TOs in Europe?
Among the likes of Star City Game, and yes, I want to take this opportunity to say how great of a work they've done here in the US, the sectors and the regional here. Fantastic work. Thank you, my friends from Star City Games. In Europe, we're working with OP for the sectors. They're an UK-based company. They're fantastic. Tommy, the CEO, is a former someone that worked with us in the past, so he really knows what we're searching for, and he works really well. We're working with Fanfinity for the regional qualifiers as well.
And
they have a very high level of quality.
How do you think Lille went, from your perspective?
Fantastic, above my expectations. For season 0, my expectations were really much to have the fundamental rights. I want tables and chairs set up for a proper tournament with a high level of high skill level, high level of integrity, no problem with the rules, no problem with the behavior, And then I want players that are dropping off this event to be able to enjoy side events.
Right.
And all of that to be rewarding differently on the prize wall, on the participation pricing, on the placement pricing. That's what I call the fundamentals. And we were there. That's what I wanted. But it was so much more good. It was better than that. The players were having fun everywhere, and everybody was just coming to us with a big smile up to the ears saying, "Oh, it's fantastic. 850 players. That's a big number."
And I will tell you that make it a point to involve Europeans in our coverage too. And actually, Fanfinity had some stuff from us that they played during their coverage. But not only that, the fans. And everybody I talked to that went to Lille was raving about the venue and the city and everything else, too. So I had very little negative feedback from anybody that actually attended.
No, we are not perfect, and I'm fine with negative feedback. If it exists, I will mention it, okay? For Lille, there was none.
Yeah.
Just none. So how not to be satisfied with that?
No, that's good, and it's about there. So we talked about feedback a couple of times. How can people submit feedback to FantasyFlight/Ad? How can they actually do that?
However you want. If you find a FFG employee, I'm sure nobody will ask you to go away and close their ears. We want your feedback. We strive on the feedback from players. So you can just, if you spot us during an event, come to us, speak with us. You can play a game. Sometimes it even grants you a bounty reward if you beat us. And that's probably the easiest way. you can send us an email to unlimited at fantasyflightgames.com. That's also direct line.
If I can talk today, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, fantasyflightgames.com. You got it.
I've had a long weekend, my friend.
Yes.
But this is something that I went over with Alicia.
Thank you.
Several times. But, you know, I can't
There's
say...
more.
I can't say it's upside down. We're just going to get rid of it. It's unlimited fantasy flight games, so fine. Hopefully you can type that better than me. But she emphasized that, and I can tell you that emails get read. And I've submitted it just that. That's how I submit feedback too. So, and I mean, I think we had improvements from Denver to today that we've seen in some of the pricing. How's the feedback then that you've heard today?
So I really like the venue. I wish we would have had some hanging branding, you know, some nice, because we have splendid artwork. For
we got a nice
Jump to Life
throne
Street.
behind us.
Yeah, like this kind of art, but bigger in the air. I think would have added just a little bit of peps to the event. But that's really me being picky. Come on, it's a nice event.
All right. So, what's next for OP?
Oh, well, the biggest, the culmination of the year. It's going to be massive, and I'm talking about the Galactic Championship, obviously, Lupi. It's in Las Vegas, end of July, 25th, I believe. If you didn't get your ticket, grab it. It's going to be the first time we're doing such a big event. It's the biggest event for Fantasy Flight Games. It's the biggest event for Asmodee ever, all games combined. There's going to be a rain of loot for people that are going to go there. No matter if you're qualified for the main event, no matter if you're trying to get in through the last-minute qualifier, and no matter if you fail doing that, you're going to get a lot of card and goodies. And they're fantastic.
Everybody says that.
Yeah, but that's overwhelmingly too much. I think we're giving too much. That's a nice way to say it. But there's exclusives all the way. We have those new boosters that are going to be dedicated to this event. The black ones and the silver one. And if you're in the main event,
and there's
you get
cards
the
you
black
can
one.
only get that way. Or
Oh
versions
yeah,
of cards, right?
yes. And there's going to be dedicated pricing for the people depending on their placement during the main event. But there's going to be cool stuff for everybody. Again, if you're losing everything, you will get a lot of things anyway. Grab your ticket, guys, gals. It's going to be the best event of the year.
And you can go to Fantasy Flight or Star Wars Unlimited website. It's fairly easy to find the invites to Galactics, if that's what you're
Yeah, I
trying
think
to
if you type Star Wars Unlimited Galactic Championship on Google, you are redirected immediately to our landing page, where if there are still some tickets left, you can buy one.
And in the Venetian in Las Vegas, I think July 25th.
Yes,
Memory
beautiful hotel. It's not a hotel, it's a city. It's like a mini Venice, Italy.
Have you been to Venice?
No.
Close.
No, I haven't. But I have been to the Venetian, and it feels like it anyway.
There you go. So I want to circle back, and we'll wrap up with this, to what you came over to talk about. How does coverage play into growth of the game?
Can you repeat your question?
How does coverage of the event? So I think that one thing that really made me sad was that at Gen Con we had, 40 content creators there, and nobody had a stream, because I think nobody thought about it. Night and day different today. I mean, we have 3 very good feature tables going on with my friends at the sister streams at Sea Raptor and McClunky. But how does that play into growth of the game?
Yes. I think we may have underestimated the importance of the live coverage. We have live coverage. We're happy to have community contributors that are spending day and night sweating tears and blood doing the live stream. I'm speaking about you, Lupi. Thank you very much. But I think we can do better.
And not just me. We're looking at Wes over there from Sea Raptor and Tim and Claire at McClunky. Everybody's losing money to do this.
Thanks, everyone.
I can guarantee you. So
we can do better to thank you, and we can do better to make the coverage maybe more attractive for the audience. We will work on that.
Very good. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. I know you got a lot of responsibilities today. Any final words to all the people watching online and in the replays? Both the live coverage and the replays are extremely well viewed, and the goal is always to get enough algorithm nonsense to get into other CCG streams, because that happens. During Richmond, we were in Magic streams. We had people coming in. What game is this?
Well, we're at the end of the season 0, but the season 1 is ahead.
Right.
We are putting so much in the pipeline. We are cooking and whoa. Cool things are happening around us.
All right.
We are putting so much things in the pipeline for the players for season 1. It's going to be a new beginning. So if you were hesitating to join us, stop hesitating. Go to your local game store. Get into a planetary qualifier, and that will be the first step, maybe on your road to the Galactic Championship. And with a lot of fun with us on Star Wars Unlimited.
Very good. So they are announcing the top 8 is what's going on right now. So the crowd is going wild. Thank you so much for joining us, Nico. And we look forward to what's to come in Vegas and beyond.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, very good.
intend to rule with respect.
Of the Minneapolis Regional Qualifier. I'm Rebel Traitor here. I'm with Andrew from Team Secret. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks, RT. Yeah, this is Andrew Strauch. I'm with Team Secret. Really excited to join and help you guys cast this game. My teammate, Michael Conroe, he's kind of more known for Quinlan, but he was playing in day 2, and he's kind of gassed from playing all day, so I figured I'd hop in because I have some Quinlan experience as well.
All right. We should be getting the 1 versus 8 game, Ophir versus Carlos, although we may end up getting something else. We'll see. So that game is Qi'ra versus Quinlan. There's another Quinlan that's also in the cut, which is our only duplicate deck. So we had 7 different decks in the top 8.
That's very cool.
2 Quinlans, the Qi'ra, Han 2 blue, Han 1 green, Ray Data Vault, Cad Targentown, and Sabine ECL.
And I believe KTOD has half of the top cut, which is really impressive. They got 4 out of 8, I believe. So really, really great showing for them. Really happy for them.
Yeah. And none of them played each other, so it could be an all KTOD top 4.
That's true.
So are you surprised by anything that made it or anything that didn't make it?
So I played in Richmond, and we had one of our teammates played in Denver and Lille. So yeah, we've kind of been following like these big events pretty closely. You know, playing in Richmond post suspension, right, was really exciting. That was a fantastic event, really great spread. I would say the spread for this event was pretty similar. You've got some really notable changes though, like you know, Qi'ra I think was maybe 7% in Lille, so you see here she's popped up to 9.6. Very, very popular. Partially we joke that like they keep banning all the villain leaders, so there's not really a lot of options. And then you've got, you know, Darth Vader, JTL Darth Vader is, you know, probably the most popular and maybe strongest piloting leader that we got from that set. And being 8.8, I think that's kind of like, you know, one of the storylines of today. I think we thought that, you know, there'd be an uptick. People were pretty big on the deck, and it has a can have a very good matchup into Qi'ra and Rey, which are 2 other very popular decks. I know like a lot of the Bothan members are on Vader, so to me that was the only surprise, I guess, seeing it that high.
Yeah, but none of them made the top cut. There was one in 9th place that had the same record as 5 of the other players, and just happened to be the one, you know, 10-2-1 that missed it.
Right. So as far as the top cut, yeah, what do you think about kind of the spread here?
I think these decks all were on the radar, with the exception of that Han 2 blue deck.
Yeah.
Han 2 Data Vault was on a lot of people's radars, but not this blue one.
Yeah,
and we had it on stream, I believe, yesterday, and it's pretty insane.
Cool. Yeah, it's almost like feels like a little bit of a throwback. You know, when Set 2 was out, Han 2 Blue was just everywhere. It seemed like, you know, being able to play Luke on 6 resources and play ahead of curve, get access to a lot of interesting stuff. And now I think, yeah, it's maybe come back a little bit. One of my teammates, Ryan Conroe, he played this at a planetary qualifier last week, and he liked it. There's some interesting stuff you can do for sure in those colors, and being able to like get, you know, similar to the Spark of Rebellion Han, just being able to play stuff ahead of curve can be very strong.
Yeah, yeah, it's same colors as Anakin Blue, which did very well at Richmond. So.
Yeah, it's very interesting because yeah, Anakin was very popular. I think at Liverpool and then Richmond, and he's kind of fallen off like quite a bit. So I wonder if, yeah, maybe the Han 2 Blue deck is kind of taking its spot. I know that Han 2 Data Vault's become like quite popular as well. So it's, you know, they're very different decks, but you're still kind of doing some of the same stuff. So I sort of wonder maybe if people are gravitating more towards Han instead of Anakin for those shells.
Yeah. Let's see. Do we have the Loopy? Do we have the deck lists up for any of these players? I sent them to you on Discord if you haven't put them in there yet, because those would be nice to talk about. But oh, they're just talking about side event registration.
Yeah. They just announced all the showcases right before we went live. It was very exciting to hear the people that, you know, get their showcases that made Top 64.
Yeah, yeah, there were some fun ones in Top 64 that didn't quite make it. There was an Akbar. There was a Palpatine Yellow.
Yeah. I saw someone was on Tarkin Yellow, maybe. Tarkin was like my deck in Set 1, so it was cool to see people still rocking it.
Yeah, that was Vika, who won the Take the Initiative League a few months ago with that deck.
Awesome. That's great. Okay, that's him. I remember watching it, your content, and seeing the Vader Yellow pop up a lot. I remember I saw Betten on him, but I think, yeah, he's the other player. That's very cool.
Yeah. Came down from Canada.
Awesome.
Speaking of, these are all American players, right? I think I recognize most of these names.
I am not sure, but I'll take your word for it. Aside from the KTOD
I'm not
people,
100% fair.
yeah, aside from the KTOD people, I know Christopher Lewis is Bothan. He's American. And aside from the other folks, yeah, I'm not sure.
Let's see. I don't know Ray Tan.
I do not either. I believe one of my teammates played him, I think, today. Cad Tarkentown. I heard he's got some interesting spice in that deck, so maybe we'll see that a little later.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm looking at this.
So
let's see.
Oh yeah, Loopy's is working on the deck list right now. I guess so we touched on Ray Data Vault a little bit. Super popular. Maybe like we kind of thought that was going to be like the hottest deck coming into this event. It just exploded with popularity, I feel like, in the last few weeks. She wasn't as popular. The turnout today, I should say, sorry, was not as much as we thought. But, we still see John Tata here in the top 8 playing her. A couple of my teammates played her, got to day 2. So I think it's a pretty strong deck.
Yeah, I believe Ray had the highest conversion rate out of any leader, meaning like there were, the shift in representation from day 1 to day 2 was greatest for her.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. It's interesting because you look at a lot of these hero, green-blue shells, like Luke, as an example, is what comes to mind. And, there's some similarities, but there's also quite a lot of differences. And so, so we've got Jan Tata's hit list here. So I've talked with Joshua Yosera in Europe that kind of popularized the Ray list. And he kind of started with Luke green as the shell and then kind of adapted it. And, the biggest thing you notice here is the amount of, low-cost units, right? So, these U-Wings, they're not always getting Luke, right? Sometimes they're getting 3 units, right? And you can just go super wide, and you pump your guys up, and you're drawing all sorts of cards with Mon Mothma and Yoda and, bouncing stuff with Bright Hope and ramping. And the deck has a lot of stuff going on. It can kind of fight on some different axes, and you obviously have Luke Skywalker, who's probably the best card in the entire game, and some solid top end here as well.
Yeah, this looks very interesting. I had not seen Unity Purpose.
Yeah, so that's been a kind of recent addition, I think. Talking to some of these players, it's interesting. So for a lot of these mirrors, right? If you just look at the stat lines of these units, right? We joke that it's like all 1/4s, but there's some 1/3s in there as well. 1/5, 1/4, all that kind of stuff. So these units can get a lot of health. Ray can buff them. So you kind of have large board states, right? And you're doing chip damage, but you're also restoring, and you're playing Sentinels, and it's a lot of back and forth. So Unity of Purpose is kind of the mirror breaker, right? Because you each have all these little guys everywhere, and you're just attacking base for 1 and 2 and stuff, and it's not really doing much, but you slam that, and in the mirror, you could look at the list, these colors don't have a way to kind of deal with multiple units all at once, right? So you can just kind of end the game that round with that card. So it's very interesting that it's kind of popped up here.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And then is that direct hit in the sideboard? That's interesting.
Yeah. So I think the idea.
I guess that's for all the piloting stuff.
Yeah, I think it can be decent. Yeah, it's a nice out. If you run into a deck, that's running a bunch of pilots. Obviously, won't work on Chewbacca. But yeah, it's also a nice out for the Star Destroyers, the Qi'ra matchup. Qi'ra matchup can maybe get out of hand a little bit if they get some of the Star Destroyers down. So yeah, I think it's a decent card right now. And here we've got Carlos's list. So this looks like a pretty standard Quinlan list to me. It looks very similar to the list that my teammate Michael took to the finals in the Richmond Sector Qualifier. Some notable changes in here from the list that was really popular when Jenga was around, right? Is Guerrilla Soldier. So I think some of the lists may have been on at that point, but it wasn't an auto include. But now, these lists are like a lot more aggressive, right? So you've got Guerrilla Soldier, which is just like an incredibly good card. You have these really core 4-cost units, so Qi'ra and Ahsoka. You know, this deck getting Ahsoka from the set just absolutely, you know, great get for them. You know, typically you don't even necessarily sequence them on like round 3. It's usually like round 4. You can like play a 4-cost and play Force Throw is obviously like the best. And you've got Red 5, which is just, yeah, Red 5, we originally thought it'd be good with like JTL Luke, but like Quinlan is just insane, right? Because you get pings, and it looks like we're jumping into the match here.
All right, so Pershing is a great start for Wu here. That's pretty much the ideal thing that you want into this matchup.
Yep. Yeah, Pershing is just, I feel like he's like almost the best start in every matchup, even like Sabine, which sounds weird, but yeah, he's very good. Sabine unit, really, really good start for Carlos as well.
And it looks like Carlos is setting up for a Target Town onto Ryan, or oh, I was gonna say, or maybe something else, but no, it's.
All right, yeah, I think we're adjusting the names. So he plays Cassian there, just straight up out of hand. I mean, you know, solid unit, a lot of health. We see a Hylabon coming down.
Ooh, no Target Town used. I could have sworn that's what Carlos was setting up for, but
yeah. I was going to say, it's an interesting debate, right? People go back and forth on this. Like, do you target down Pershing because you don't want them getting too much value, or do you save it later for like a larger unit, a Sentinel, something like that? I think it can go either way. It's an interesting decision
and he can kill the Pershing here because he got initiative,
right?
But he doesn't get to attack base with one of his units,
right? So. Unless he attacks Pershing with Sabine, he can send 1 to base. Or he decides to choose kill Hylabon. I think that's probably correct. You got to get rid of that card, and you get to draw, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, but it does let Pershing draw another one.
Yep. And now it's like kind of awkward because you don't want to run Cassian into it. You'd rather send Cassian to base. Here goes Ahsoka. So.
Ooh, Wu gives up an Avenger.
Yeah. Seems about right. Avenger is not good in this matchup, I would say. It's even worse now that they are much more aggressive than like previous iterations of Quinlan.
Yeah. Certainly won't be important for a while, even if it is good.
Yeah.
All right, so now Wu's got to make the decision about whether or not to flip Qi'ra here. He's taking a couple dirtles.
Yeah, I think I would not flip, yeah.
Yeah, with the pike here, I don't think you need to.
Yeah, the shield makes it just really obnoxious for Quinlan because they have to flip Quinlan to play something to ping it, or you have to play a 2-cost, and you don't typically want to play like a 2-cost unit on this round. You'd rather play something bigger.
Oh, wait, he didn't ramp, so he was on 4, right? So he couldn't have flipped Qi'ra anyway.
Oh, yeah, I can't. Yeah, we got in this a little late. You're right. I like that play a lot from Carlos. Just open with Qi'ra here. Try to brick their round.
Gotta be gunship is the call, I imagine.
I would think so. I guess, yeah, we're not sure what he called, but yeah, we're pretty early on, so yeah, I would probably eat in gunship.
Yeah, they should both be on 5.
Yeah. So this is a pretty good flip, especially, you know, Qi'ra likes to flip into 3 power units. That's like the ideal scenario. Now against Quinlan, it can be a little awkward because if you want to set Qi'ra to be a 7-1, she can just get pinged. So it's kind of an interesting decision point there.
Yeah.
I think he probably attacks Ahsoka here. Oh, he's going to take care of Qi'ra.
I think it's Qi'ra, so you can play that gunship.
Yeah, he wants to unlock his hand, yeah. I missed what was in his hand when he carried him. I saw the gunship and Super Laser Blast, but I didn't quite get a shot at the other ones.
I think it was Dark Trooper, Inferno 4. I think there was one more card. Can't remember.
Okay, yeah, so this sets up pretty well. He can gunship the Cassian.
And if he gunships here, he's forcing Carlos to either flip Quinlan or claim.
Right.
If he claims, he gets to use the ping to kill Qi'ra. But if he, yeah, okay, so it looks like he's going to claim. So he successfully delayed the Quinlan by a turn, which means he doesn't take that damage.
Yeah, which I think favors the Qi'ra player a little bit here. The gunship coming down after Qi'ra flip 2 also means that Quinlan can't Tarkin Town it immediately, which is a little bit annoying for Quinlan at this moment. Yeah, so that's a pretty standard play. You know, when Qi'ra has 1 health, you can just play Plo Koon, or in previous iterations, you'd play Poe Dameron potentially, ping her off, and don't take any damage back, which is very nice.
All right, Dark Trooper.
Into the Quinlan flip.
Bit rough there, because it's going to get eaten by the Quinlan.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
We're good. Okay, so he attacked into the phase 3, which makes sense. Now he's debating an attack here. I think, yeah, attacking here I think is fine, especially for Data Vault.
Yeah.
Because he's going to attack with Ahsoka anyway, so.
Let's see. So he should have been on 6 there. He respliced, so he should be on 8 next turn, which means...
That sounds right, yeah. We're looking at Walker potentially, or Blast. He has Blast in hand, right?
We saw the Super Laser Blast.
Right. So, yeah.
And even though he has a gunship out, I would probably blast in this scenario.
You fire it off, yeah, 100% here. I mean, you get to kill 3 units. That's pretty sweet. You don't want to take 6 damage from Plo Koon, or 9 if he has Surprise Strike. That's just too painful. You know, even if he has Barrage, that doesn't get the job done here. So you just got to blast if you have it still.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go. So it's really tough with the Quinlan player knew he had Blast, but he kind of had to play into it because Qi'ra at a 7/1 can just hold your board hostage with Barrage. Discarded another Blast. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on if he's running 2 or 3, but
yes.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes after the second one, you don't usually need another one.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, I think the pressure's on Quinlan to really go wide to try to brick, power and Avenger. So I think there's a lot of lines where like you can get value from taking out 2 units, but yeah, then you're kind of playing really defensively, and you want to develop the board as well.
Yeah. We've got a lot of health left though, only taking 10 damage by this point, which is
and we just saw an Avenger.
Weird.
Yeah, we saw an Avenger come down. So at this point, yeah, I think this really much favors the Qi'ra player. Getting a blast off like that, really, really strong for Wu.
Yeah, I think almost every game that I've lost to Quinlan with Qi'ra has been one where they did a lot more damage by this point in the game.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be really hard, I think, for Carlos to pull this one out. We're going to go from 13 to 16 here, but, Ophir is just going to claim, send 8 to base, defeat another unit, and it's just, okay, so you guys got R2 here. He's going to try to dig for something. Something that could be interesting here is Waylay. It doesn't deal with Avenger per se, but it's a really good tempo play and can allow you to just push more damage. Other than that, I don't think there's really like a hard out here that Carlos has for Avenger, except for like Change of Heart. I don't think that's in his list though.
Yeah, I don't believe it was. Like maybe like attack with Falcon plus Force Throw something.
Yeah, I mean, Avenger has 8 health, so Force Throw, I think they only have 7 as the highest cost card in their deck, so Force Throw for 7 doesn't get there, and if you Force Throw them, they might have something cheap, so I'm not sure that does much at the moment.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he wasn't, another component here is he didn't get Tarkin Town value, which is kind of a bummer for Carlos. Not getting any value from that base. Oh, here's Ahsoka with Blaster for 5. That's pretty good.
It is, yeah. Brings Wu to 21.
Yeah. And there's
there's that Eager Escort.
Yeah, Eager Escort Fire, or Wu likes to jokingly refer to it as space open fire.
Yeah, that's effectively what it's doing here.
That was very
That's
good.
when I
Sorry, go ahead.
was gonna say I played around with that one a lot, but it's not my main at this moment.
Yeah, so I've actually tested the card a lot. It's solid for what we just saw there, you know, trading with the Falcon. It's also really nice just being able to play it, and if they don't deal with it, you can barrage off of it for 6, which is like a really good break point for a lot of decks. And so he's just playing here to insulate from power. Ooh, Maul.
That's massive.
Yeah, this is a pretty rough spot for Carlos. He's still got to push 12 more damage.
Yeah. Wu's got to take got to push 12 also. He's got lethal on board.
Yeah, basically it's 2 actions. I don't see Carlos pushing 12 here. I mean, you got 3 from the Fang Fighter, but you need 9 on top of that. Yeah, Surprise Strike gets you 3, but I don't really know how else you get there in 1 action after the Fang Fighter attack.
Yeah. He's looking for, I can't remember if he had this in his list, but Han Solo would be nice here.
Yeah, so if you Han Solo'd, you take out the Maul, you could defeat the Fang Fighter to the Avenger attack. And like maybe claim and threaten Surprise Strike with Han for 9, but then you're still 3 short, I think, right?
Yeah.
So it's just kind of awkward.
All right, going to base here.
Yep.
Now, Carlos is at 20. Does he have a way to stop that Avenger?
I don't think so. I think you attack with Maul there in case he has like a Plo Koon or something or some kind of ambush. So he's got the Waylay.
Yep, he's got Waylay.
So yeah, that's, but you can just replay it, yeah. So
Second Avenger. Wait a minute.
He just replayed it after he waylaid it.
Oh, he replayed after Waylay.
Yeah,
I was gonna say,
so
okay.
I think this is just game. Oh, he could Tarkin Town Maul, but no, yeah, Ophir could just claim. He needs another Waylay. I'm not sure, I can't see how many resources he has up. He's gonna force throw. That doesn't really do anything.
He doesn't even do any damage.
No. So he's gonna place. That's game. Okay. So that's game
All
1.
right.
Yeah, I think in my mind, not getting any value from Tarkin Town until that late, I think is pretty unfortunate for Carlos. You know, sure you could say, okay, well I took out a Maul, which on paper is nice, but like in reality, you don't want to be using it that late. It's almost kind of irrelevant.
Okay, so looks like Carlos is running Han Solos. And looking at the sideboard, he's got Chams, I imagine, are coming in. Rogue Operatives, probably.
So I like Champs and Dola for sure. I mean, just being able to ramp, match their ramp, and also really just his stats, right? He's just a beater. Really, really good. Yeah. I think he might bring in the Chams and the 2 Sparks. I'm not sure about the Rogue Operatives. I mean, they do have Saboteurs, so they might be better than some of the other options. So it might be all 6 of those potentially.
Yeah, I'm probably taking out Fang Fighters and Bamboozles because
yes.
I mean Qi'ra just doesn't have like any upgrades really.
Yeah, so that's an easy 2 for 2 for the Chams and Sparks, and then if you want the Saboteurs, you could. I'm trying to think what you'd even cut. Red 5 potentially. I mean they're the same. They had both. Well, actually she attacks for 4, right? So I think maybe consider dropping the Red 5s for the Saboteurs. That's pretty good.
All right. On Wu's end, he's got a lot of stuff for like longer game matchups.
Yep.
I definitely bring in returns to deal with some of the discard.
Yeah. Palpatine's Return is basically the main card that you want to bring in versus Quinlan. If in a sequence like you ramp with Resupply or Super Laser Technician, and they play Ahsoka, and you get to discard one of the Force units, so Darth Vader, Maul, or Snoke, and then you can play Palpatine's Return the round after, like that's just a crazy tempo play, right? Like that's like playing like now there are 2 of them, but like you just spend 1 card. It's really, really, really strong against all Quinlan's discard. And if they spark you, and you have, let's say, Vader and Palpatine's return, they have to take the Palpatine's return, otherwise you just get back the unit they spark, right? So it's almost like insulation. It's like a little mini game between spark and Palpatine's return. You know, do they have the spark, and then does the Qi'ra player have the Palpatine's return to insulate from the spark?
Yeah. I probably want the second escort also for all those space units.
I think so, yeah. I mean, Millennium Falcon, Spark of Rebellion, Millennium Falcon is one of the best cards, you know, in the game maybe. I mean, definitely in the Heroic Cunning color pie. So, yeah, you definitely want that fighter. So I agree. You probably want all 4 of those. And you could probably just drop, you know, a bunch of the top end. Personally, I don't think the Star Destroyers are very good in this matchup at all. Like, Relentless is not very good. Even like Avenger, I don't love. Devastator, even though it's more expensive, you can make a case that it stops you from getting falconed, right? So like that's how they can often win the game, is like Quinlan's just pushing all this damage, and then you know you tap out for Avenger or something, and then they just Falcon surprise strike you or whatever, right? And Devastator at least can deal with both arenas, quote unquote, in one action.
Yeah. Callus is also, I mean, Callus probably stays in.
Yeah.
For the Qi'ra flip, but he does line up weirdly into some of the 3/5s.
Yeah, so I was talking with Wu about this before the event, and he mostly, I believe, was interested in Callus for the Rey matchup, but you know, without ECL, having a little bit more interaction is pretty good, and you know, Callus lines up okay into you know, some of the units. We just looked at the what the 2/4 Saboteur, I forget her name, that Quinlan might bring in.
Rogue
Rogue Operative. Thank you. Sorry. You know, so for example, if he plays Rogue Operative, and you know, and Wu has Callus in his hand, that's a pretty nasty a line for Wu on Qi'ra.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think all the lists are available for the top 8 at least in the late night Discord server.
Awesome. So it looks like Carlos went A-Wing and Wu just claimed.
Yeah. You definitely want a Pershing there, but in the absence of Pershing, like skipping a turn 1 is usually fine.
Yeah.
The big thing is you just don't want to get discarded too much.
Yes. So we've got the Guerrilla Soldiers, which is Quinlan players' one of their favorite cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really good opener here from Carlos compared to last game. Wu does get the ramp though. No Pershing, but he's got the ramp, so that means Qi'ra can deploy this round. But Carlos is definitely pressuring quite a bit here.
Yeah, I think with our last game, it took until I think Avenger came out for Carlos to get this much damage in.
Yeah, definitely going much better for him this round for sure. So Qi'ra comes out, and Carlos is on 4, so there's no Plo Koon possible.
Yeah.
So if he had surprise strike, that would be very good here. I think you would consider surprise striking and taking out Qi'ra so you don't get barraged. But it looks like he's just going to the base.
He's not an open fire, is he?
I don't think so, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he would have probably played it if he had it. So.
Yeah. So here's the barrage, wipes the board. Very good. You know, potentially turning the corner moment for Wu on Qi'ra. We see Sham Syndulla.
There's that Tam.
Yeah, so you know that means Quinlan can come out this round. Pretty good for Carlos, and now Wu's debating if he goes base or attacks Sham or passes.
It depends on the hand, but I would probably kill Sham here.
I think it's the safest line for sure, because you don't want, you know, if Ophir just passes. Oh, he goes base for 6. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
I think I like that line because Quinlan's gonna flip, go base. That means Qi'ra gets initiative, and Qi'ra can just attack Cham. Oh, he claims here. Interesting.
Yeah, Wu is a bit more of an aggressive Qi'ra player than in terms of attacking base than most.
Yeah, giving up 6 damage is a lot. I mean, you want to be able to take the damage when you can get it, because the windows for that are pretty narrow in the mid game for this matchup.
And he talked extensively about turning the corner.
Yeah, you really want to try to turn the corner as quickly as possible. So here we've got Plo Koon. So the coordinate's not online, but that doesn't matter because we've got Quinlan ping plus Plo Koon 3 damage. That's 4 damage, and the overwhelming barrage lasting effect has expired, so it takes out Qi'ra. Very good for Carlos. There he is.
Yeah, there we go.
So we've got the Agent Callus, which is a 4/4 ambusher, neutral command. When a unique unit is defeated this round, you may draw a card. It's only once per round, so Cham is unique. Callus pops in, gets the card, and then we've got the deploy from Carlos and 3 to base.
So we should be on 13. I imagine they're keeping track on paper as well.
Yeah. Okay, Death Trooper.
Ooh.
Pretty good play here, taking out Plo Koon. You got to get that guy off the board. He just threatens too much damage, I think.
Absolutely. Not all the time that we see Death Trooper out of hand these days.
Yeah, for sure.
It's mostly in there as a Vader target.
Yep. Okay, here's Spark. Well, that is a lot of gas on Wu's side.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on his hand. It's all pretty bad, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, taking Snoke here is fine, I think. Yeah, that's probably the most permanent issue. But Maul is also a massive problem because Maul's just gonna one-shot this Quinlan and survive next round, which is pretty rough. He's gonna soak.
All right, does
here.
it a second discard?
Yep. Okay, makes sense. And then I think he had the ATRT in hand as well. He could play this round, I believe.
Yeah, he should be on 7. So.
Yeah, so I think we see the ATRT here. I guess he's debating if he passes first to let the Quinlan attack. But he's just gonna claim. Okay.
Ooh. Okay. He's probably trying to guarantee Maul here because if he goes ATRT, then Carlos can claim, and then he has Plo online.
That's true.
Potentially.
Yeah, I think
to ambush it.
Yeah, I think either line's fine here. Looks like they're debating something here.
It might have been the 3 damage that they missed at the end of the last round.
Yeah.
So we should be at 16 if I'm remembering correctly.
$16 or 18? I'm not sure. 16. You're right.
I think
okay.
16.
Cool.
And it would have been 13.
Yeah. Looks like they got it fixed. So the ATRT line, if he had that as hand, which I think he did, while they're debating this, the thought process there, I think, is if you put them on Plo Koon, you ATRT, they Plo Koon, then you can just Super Laser Blast next round, right? Which is also pretty good. But
that is true.
I think Wu might be just looking to slam them all to try to develop the board here, which is also fine. So he blasted anyway.
He's just going to blast.
Yeah, so the other idea is maybe he did an ATRT because he just didn't put him on Plo Koon, or he is trying to insulate his hand from discard. That's another thing to consider. You know, if they force throw you again or whatever.
Maybe even the blast from the go.
Yeah. Just going to 3 to base with Cassian here. Cassian from the row, really, really strong play that Quinlan has in the back pocket, especially post Super Laser Blast, right? Because you Super Laser Blast, you think, okay, cool, I've stabilized the board. Cassian pops out, smacks you for 3, you know, lets you rebuild the board. Doesn't even cost you a card. Really, really strong play. We got the Twilight R2, so we don't know what he got, but I imagine he might be looking for like a Falcon or a Big Han potentially. I think we saw a Big Han in his hand, you know, to maybe deal with Maul. Now that Snoke's out of the way. Okay, so here's Maul.
Ooh, he went after the R2. Interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. I think it's to save him from Tarkentown range, at least momentarily.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, so there's the Han, right. So that makes a lot of sense. Now it's kind of pressure back on Wu here. Cassian's going to get in for 3 damage. And this is kind of the play pattern that you know, Qi'ra Data Vault can fall into, of like you're playing, you know, a bomb every round, but then that's all you can do for a lot of the time, right? And if they answer you, like this Han answered Maul, then you can sort of be on the back foot tempo-wise, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And we've already gotten out of Maul, a Super Laser Blast, and the Snoke was sparked. So, you know, okay, so he did find the second Super Laser Blast. That's huge. That's a really good top deck.
It is, yeah.
Here's the other post Super Laser Blast. Really, really great play. Guerrilla Soldiers. When the
but that's a nice.
Yeah, Pike Sentinel with the Pike Sentinel to answer. That's pretty good. Guerrilla Soldiers only attacking for 2. Does not get through Pike Sentinel, but it does get the ping with Quinlan, so this allows the soldiers to attack in and take out the Pike Sentinel here.
It's also a perfect time to Tarkentown.
Yeah, you might as well get the Tarkentown. That's fine. I mean, it's getting really late in the game, and we don't want to fall into the trap we did last game, where we didn't get any Tarkentown value. Really? Oh, and here's the Falcon.
Oof.
Yeah, so now this
Gotta have that.
This is
third Super Laser
Blast. I think
Blast.
they're scooping it up.
No,
yeah, they're scooping it up. Going to game 3. So can we pull up the Wu's list again? I don't know if he's on 3 Super Laser Blasts. I don't think he is. The last time I looked, he was not. But let's see if he made any last-minute changes.
Yeah, he might not be.
Yep, there's only 2 in the list, so
yeah,
that's pretty standard, I think, for Qi'ra. So that means that, you know, he forced out the first one, Wu top decked the second one, and that's it. You know, he sparked the only Snoke. I don't think you're bringing in the second Snoke. If I'm playing this list, I'm not really excited to bring in a second Snoke just for Quinlan. You know, he's fine. He's not incredible. So that means that, you know, compared to game 1, you know, you're like, oh man, he's going to play Avenger and Devastator and all this kind of stuff. And you're like, yeah, that happens sometimes. But a lot of times also what we just saw can happen, where Quinlan can just reload the board really fast, really efficiently. You saw how good Cassian Andor, Guerrilla Soldiers, Falcon, I mean, these units come into play ready, push damage, feel really, really good post Super Laser Blast. And this is going to game 3. I mean, this is a huge game, you know, for playing in the top cut. And here we got the bracket here. So on the left side of the bracket, that top left corner is the game that we're watching, Wu and Carlos. I'm very curious how the other matches are going as well. Looks like John Tata is also playing the other Quinlan on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah. It looks like they're not. There's no results in melee yet.
Okay, gotcha.
But it also doesn't look like they've even paired the round up melee, so they might just not be keeping track.
Gotcha. Yeah, so if we kind of think back to the first 2 games in this match, I think Qi'ra player, who really wants to ideally have Pershing or maybe some Sentinels early. Obviously ramp, that's kind of what he's looking for. And then on the other side, Carlos, I think the issue game 1 was basically getting no value from Tarkentown. And at that point, you're playing a 25 health base and not getting any value from it, which is just a real bummer. Game 2, he was able to get that, so let's see what happens here. So we got an L3 as an opener.
All right, Wu's got the. He actually has a turn 1 play this turn, and it's Pike, which lines up fairly well into L3.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It kind of makes it a little awkward. Sort of forces the Quinlan player to consider playing a 2-cost unit here to ping it. So you can Tarkentown or run L3 in if you want to save it for a little bit. There it is. So there's the 2-cost unit. You're playing under curve here, but the playing under curve allows you to get the damage on the Pike Sentinel and set it up to take it out.
All right, Super Laser's a nice follow-up here.
Yep, it's very good. So we talked about the Tarkentown value, right? It's very difficult to decide exactly when to use Tarkentown. There's so many options, but in this case, we see an early force throw just to ditch a card. I think that's fine.
Yeah, no damage.
Here, I'm popping in for a second. I got the scouting report for you. All 4 matches went to game 3.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So
That's awesome.
I checked it. We have the 3 stream matches, and then I checked in on Tada. So all of them are even, including this one. So
That's
what a top 8.
Yeah.
That's rare.
Yeah, very exciting.
We
Yeah.
also have all of the deck lists available on Late Night Discord. I'll pop that up in a second, and we'll have the bracket there in just a moment. So keep on calling the match. You guys are killing it.
Awesome. Thanks, Lippy. So we saw L3 get traded into by the Super Laser Technician and get the ramp going. I keep talking about Tarkentown, but it's very, such an interesting decision point. So he basically decided to not use it there. So I wonder if he's trying to maybe get some value hitting like a gunship or something later with it.
Yeah, the Tarkentown, like not using the Tarkentown there, ended up costing L3.
Yes, that's also true.
Which is major.
Yeah. So it's kind of tough to, you don't want to use it too late, but you also, do you want to use it too early, and kind of trying to figure out. So we see Agent Callus came down again here.
Yeah.
Qi'ra
And that was a massive play off the Qi'ra flip, being able to kill the Ahsoka, replenish a card. Really, really good.
Yeah. Really, really strong board here for Qi'ra. It's going to be tough to answer from Quinlan.
We should be at 6 on base.
Yep.
There we go.
I think they got it. Switching the dice up. So Plo Koon, it's kind of awkward. He doesn't really answer the problem here without coordinate because Qi'ra has 4 health left and Callus has 1 health left. So we need coordinate on the line in order to Plo Koon, in order to clean up the board here with Plo.
Wu's just pushing to base. He's got 12 in there.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I think it's rare you have this many units on the base, or you're on board with Qi'ra. You see a No Glory there on one of the A-Wings.
Just to kill one of the A-Wings.
Yeah, that is kind of funny. So he's going to go base here. There's a Rogue Operative.
Oh. So that they did make it in from the board.
Yep. I think you have to target down the Callus there. You can't let him run into your Rogue Operative.
It is non-unique, but still, you can't.
Yeah, it is non-unique, yeah, but I think it just feels bad. So Qi'ra gets to run it anyway, which is, still pretty good for Qi'ra and kind of annoying for Carlos. But Carlos at least gets to potentially push some damage here. He's just looking to dodge Overwhelming Barrage.
Yeah.
Overwhelming Barrage wouldn't take out the A-Wing. Oh, there's a devastating gunship for the A-Wing. That's really good. And now there's no Tarkin Town to deal with this gunship. And the gunship is often one way you can turn the corner against aggro decks or fast decks because it has grit, so you can pop up the power really high and just start racing them, which Wu's already doing.
Yeah, I've won several games against Quinlans and Sabines off of a purely devastating gunship and nothing else.
Yeah, it's a fantastic card. So we see Quinlan value trade into Qi'ra here and survive. I think that's probably pretty decent. You know, it doesn't feel great when you're playing Quinlan, but at the same time, you know, your leader survives, so Qi'ra still has to deal with Quinlan. And Qi'ra has a unit on board, so like Super Laser Blast is okay, but not incredible for him here.
Yeah, and Wu's aggressive strategies actually put Carlos in a spot where he really has to conserve his base health.
Yeah, exactly.
He's taking 12.
He's winning the race. Yeah, so here's Palpatine's return. And we've got Agent Palpatine's return on Agent Callus to draw a card. That's pretty funny.
What's the craziest thing you've ever palped returned?
I don't know about me, but I played a Qi'ra Mirror. I was on Qi'ra ECL. I played against Qi'ra Data Vault in round 12 against a local guy in Richmond. And the math worked out where, to save himself, he Palpatine's returned a Salacious Crumb. That was the only unit. That was the only unit that would like change the math, so like it would have been lethal.
Oh, that definitely beats mine.
I just wanted to point this out because I've played many games of Star Wars Limited against Wu. When I talk about, you know, he's got the Eye of the Tiger for turning the corner and going aggro with Qi'ra, I think this is what makes him such a dangerous threat in the range decks, because he will do this. He will go as the beatdown and can be tough to deal with.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you got to deal damage to the base at some point, right? You can't just sit back and, you know, Super Laser Blast and play removal and stuff like that. And you can see he's winning the race. You know, Qi'ra's winning the race right now.
And, before I go, there's a story for that, too. Actually, there was a Madison 1K. Carlos is a Madison player, and he's doing well. And this is, you know, he and I talked about Quinlan a long time ago before I even won the first thing that kind of got Quinlan rage started. But at a prior one, a player named Nick Stanton was playing Qi'ra and didn't go for lethal. Top 8. He took it to heart since, and Nick actually just won the 118-player Chicago PQ.
Wow, that's awesome.
On, you know, looking to go to base.
Yeah.
So, and it's actually Wu in the chat that called it out.
Nice. Yeah, that's something I've learned from my teammates. I tend to be more of a value-oriented player, and most of my teammates they go to base, and I've learned from them to be a little bit more aggressive. So we got Agent Callus is still sticking around here. We've got the L3 going to base. We have Plo Koon sitting at the ready. Another gunship to take out L3. Very strong play.
That's a nice play, and he gets the Callus draw.
Yep, gets the Callus draw. This also puts Plo Koon way off coordinate. Now he needs 2 units to turn coordinate on. And he's falling further and further behind in the race because even though the damage totals are similar, there's an 8 health discrepancy because of the bases with Tarkin Town versus Data Vault.
Yep. And Wu's now in a position where he can shield this gunship, and then it is 2 hits from lethal.
Yep. Yeah, his gunship's going to be attacking for 5 each time, which is really, really good.
In fact, actually, with Callus plus gunship, it's lethal on board. Although I imagine this Callus is going to die.
Right.
Round.
Yeah. So Carlos is thinking. Really depends on what he has in his hand here. I don't think there's really a way to ping Callus here, like very effectively. Like next round, I mean. So I think you probably have to run Plo in here into Callus. I'm trying to think of some way you could ping him, unless it's like playing Han unit or playing like. There's no Poe unit, so I don't think there's anything you can do to ping the finish the Callus off.
Yeah, he might just have to run into it.
Which is really feels bad, but... Oh, he's just going to base. Wow. Okay. I like it.
Maybe he's got Waylay or something?
Yeah, Waylay on the gunship would be really, really good. There's space open fire. Threatening another 4. There's the Waylay.
Yeah, he does have it.
Doesn't really change the math that much, though. We just replaced a 5 with a 4. I mean, that's not, doing that much.
Well, 5 plus 4 is lethal. 4
Right.
plus 4 is 1-off. So
That's
it
true.
does change the math.
It does change the math a little bit, but but he's the aggro player, is what I mean. So it's like he still has to figure out some way to clear these units and still get lethal in. The escort fighter could still get pinged off though, because only has 1 health, which is yeah, fleet lieutenant would be good. Oh, okay. Playing a 3 health unit to ping off the escort fighter could be good though. That could save him, a lot of health here.
Yeah, Carlos is kind of close to lethal. He's got 23 on base.
That's true.
If I'm Wu, I'm looking for Maul here.
Maul would
because
be
that
great.
could get to lethal on this board.
And you really want to, you would like to trim the board so coordinate's not online, right? Okay, there's 5 from Cassian.
That's scary.
That was very scary. So we're up to 28.
Yeah, so second blaster is lethal for Carlos if there's nothing for this plow.
Yeah, or surprise strike.
Surprise strike is also there.
Right. So barrage, yep, there's 6.
All right, that's something. And that means this this escort fighter is now lethal, and the barrage is preventing it from just getting pinged.
Yep, that's 6 damage. He's got 3 health left. Does he have another Waylay? Got it. Wow.
All right, good
Great
game.
Great match.
And Wu making his way to the top 8.
That was a great 3 games.
Woo!
That was very close.
All right, I'll hop in with my actual mic this time. I'm talking to Andrews. Yeah, what a match out. And I just want to shout out Carlos, who was the last Wisconsin player standing. But what a great player. Both him and his brother were here. Both made day 2 today.
Mm-hmm.
And both part of our one of the testing groups I'm in, here in addition to my team. So, what do you guys think about the match overall?
I think it was pretty typical. I think of how these games go. At least the first 2 were. Game 3 was kind of weird, but Wu played it very, very well. I've never had I don't think I've had a Quinlan game that went like that before. But Wu knew what he was doing, and he played it well, and eventually just out aggroed the Quinlan.
Yes, I know, Jonathan, that those too many O's. There's 5. Though there is a clone Wu on a digital platform that has 6 O's. So if you see that, that's not it. All right. So let's go to the deck list.
Okay.
And we're going to just scroll through the whole top 8. And we put these up on the Late Night Discord. I posted them in the TTI Discord and general channel as well. So join them. Those are both free. I'm sure you can find them around. But I did hear that Chrono is eliminated, losing in that match. I suppose I should get to the bracket.
Okay.
So Raytan advances with Cad. I
Okay.
I think Chrono found the hardest match for Sabine out of the top
Yeah.
eight.
Yeah.
That's definitely.
I think Tada and Christopher Lewis are still going in the middle of a game. I don't think they're going to be able to move this far into Game 3 to any of the tables. Cole and Alex Blandon are still going, I believe, on the McClunky stream.
Okay.
Believe it or not, you can have multiple YouTube windows open at the same time. So feel free to be in all of our channels at once. That helps our numbers, and we're all working together. We have this worked out to continue the streams throughout on all the channels in one fashion or another. So before we let you go, Andrew, why don't you tell us about Team Secret? You guys have all shown up in matching, spiffy windbreakers.
Yeah.
Today, but First time I've had you on Late Night. Why don't you tell me about what's going on at Team Secret?
Sure, yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, so we're based out of the DMV area near Washington, D.C. And yeah, we met each other, became friends, we all get along great, and you know, they're all really, really good players, and we just play tested together, and we're like, hey, you know, we want to try to support each other and go to events, and have really helped kind of fine-tune event prep and things like that. And it's been a lot of fun. Yeah, so we're very excited. We went to Richmond. Sonny, who you know very well, he went. Yeah, right he's wandering over there. He went to Denver and Lille. Yeah, we've been trying to go to a lot of events, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun working on getting everyone invites for the Galactics.
All right. Well, thank you all for joining us. We will be back with the next semifinal, and I will pop in and update this as soon as I know the last 2 matches that are remaining. But be back for more after this.
Where is Cad Bane? Is she safe? Is she all right? This is the way. Hey, we don't serve their kind here. I'll show you the dark side.
What's up, Star Wars Limited fans? It's Loopy at Late Night Gaming, and I am joined by my friend and fellow commentator that we haven't rolled with since Portland, I think.
Long time.
Just in case for Bucketheads.
What's up?
So thanks for joining us for commentary. How have you enjoyed the first U.S. regional qualifier?
No, it's been incredible. It's been incredible. Like, there's a bunch of people to consistently meet and talk to. I've gotten a lot of Twin Suns games in, a lot of side event stuff in, a lot of Premiere in. Like, it's just an amazing event. FFG did, and Star City Games did a pretty incredible job.
Yep. And if you don't know Bucketheads, you should. They're a great channel, and they focus on a lot of Twin Suns content. How were the side events today?
Oh, they were awesome. I signed up for side events that I couldn't even compete in, just to try to get into side events, and then ended up getting like super distracted by Twin Suns. So they were incredible. The judges did a great job. Melee, crapped out a couple times, but other than that, they did a really, really phenomenal job.
All right, so I just heard clapping. So I'll update this with the new bracket in a second, but I think we know our top four, and Justin will be joining me for the semi. Wu, you would have seen prevail against Carlos A. John Tata prevailed against Chris.
Yep.
Chrono lost to Raytan.
Got it.
And I believe Alex Blandon just took out the Hanmir in the only hands quarterfinal.
The Cad Bane Tarkenton is really interesting to me. It's made some splash.
And, that's quite the list. But shout out to Cole bringing Han to blue.
Yep.
Which was a deck that I played the heck out of.
Yep.
In set 2.
Yep.
But I think he saw something about the meta, that something had a reason, and getting all that far. He's a Canadian player, a part of I think it was Snowtroopers.
Yeah, the Canadian Snowtroopers.
Yep. So great match.
Well, he made a meta call, and it was that no Tarkentown was going to be in his future, and he dodged it even in the top 8. He dodged it more, so he made a really good call. I think it's one of those sleeper decks that was so strong in set 2, that was incredibly busted, that ended up getting a little bit nerfed by the Tarkentown meta that was consistent. So I think what a great meta call, especially with the immense amount of data vault that sits in this tournament.
There sure is. And then there's one Han Solo on Command Center yet, which is Alex, who just prevailed on the 30-point base. Let me update to the top 4 bracket now, and I'll send this out to our sister channels so they can see the top 4 in a moment. We are going to be streaming the semi on all 3 channels in there, and the final will be on all 3 channels as well. But this is our bracket as we go into the next round. And we have Wu playing his teammate Alex in one semi. And then we have John Tata going against Raytan in the only non-KOD mirror.
Yeah.
You see Code Amron popping up. We need that one more second, but we'll get there. But yeah, how good was Colby on commentary? A lot of people are saying by the Bothans, look to be headed, out on mass. What stuff? So, what are your takeaways for this tournament, though?
So far the meta has been fantastic. I think the amount of diversity within the 600 plus players that were here in this tournament was pretty insane. I personally don't love how many blue leaders that I've gotten hit by in the past 3 weeks, but no, I'm a big fan of everything right now. I think we're in a really incredible spot, and I think at the end of the day, this is what people have been wanting. Even maybe people are not as excited or happy with some of the meta calls. This is what people have been wanting. When you have a sub 15, sub 20% outlier in a meta, I think everyone should be quite excited. So I think it's
absolutely. And we talked about how healthy the meta is. Actually, I think those slides are gone, but let's go through the deck lists that are still here while we're waiting for the top 4 to start.
I'd love to resurface this deck. I want to look at Alex's deck specifically. I am a big fan of Stolen AT Haulers, and I know a lot of people are actually quite afraid of running that card. I think it sits situationally pretty interesting in the meta, but there's something that I really want to look at in this matchup is in Alex's deck. There is an insane amount of 1 copies in the sideboard that are filling and rounding it out for a 3, or even in the main board, there's the 1 7-drop Emphas Nest, the 1 Confiscate, and then look at that sideboard, 2 R2D2s, 1 Confiscate, 2 Salvages, 1 Change of Heart. 1. And I got to imagine that has to be a big help into the Qi'ra Data Vault matchup, specifically taking these massive cards, but seeing one of them is incredibly difficult to get to.
Yep. Alex! I'm actually just going here. So, actually the other Alex who we saw on stream from Wisconsin that topped, I think he actually ended up playing like 12th or 15th today.
Yeah, amazing.
Like
yep.
But he said the AT haulers were great all day.
They're insane. They're incredible.
And I was hoping to get the trophy out, but I'm sure he's going to say the same thing because I've actually seen some of his coverage just snooping around to the other streams as we went. But I think that's an excellent point, Justin, about going forward. And I think Emphas has been good too. Emphas is a real power card against a lot of these lots of jump decks.
Yep.
Data Vault.
Yep.
A little bit less Han Data Vault, but
yeah, it's one of those cards where when you walked into set 4, you expected it to be a kind of a weak card. At the end of the day, when you're going against pilots and everything's upgrading above 5 power, it's an action not for just the 7-drop, but to upgrade the 7-drop like a hot shot, do a little trick or treat, or hit a surprise strike to get a bounce. Your pilots are exceeding the ability of Emphas Nest, so I think everyone came into set 4 expecting Emphas Nest to drop in power, and Django got banned. It became a card that was not played often, and then it just came right back to the deck.
And one thing about Emphas too is that she has Saboteur.
Yep.
In this version, so that can be very relevant if somebody plays the Village People.
Yep.
Yep. Into use. So.
Absolutely.
Let's pop up to the next live list. That was Chrono's list. That was the Han that just lost. I think Chris is. out. This is that Cad list.
Yeah, this is the deck that I wanted to see the most.
That Ray the Cad pilot.
Yep.
You know, had. But what strikes you about this list?
Oh, well, so there's a few things. It's specifically for the sideboard, specifically for the main board. Two things in the main board. I love seeing now there are two of them back in the meta. It's a weird call, especially with the amount of removal in the meta, especially with Qi'ra, but I think you can check players. If you can get a now there are two of them into a Cad Bane out on turn 4, on turn 5, something cheaper just to get Cad Bane out cheap is an insane play. Even getting Bosk out cheap is an insane play.
And we saw, actually, Ray do some epic plays with Houndstooth into Cad unit.
Absolutely.
And then also a very early Bosk, as you mentioned.
It's an incredible unit to play.
Zine, I believe.
Incredible unit to play. I love the Bamboozle main board. I love seeing yellow decks just run an extremely strong card that can curb the cost. Bamboozle is an extremely good card in the meta. And the number one card that we all have to absolutely look at is the sideboard card that is 2 copies of. If you got your finalists, if you got your champions, you got your top 8s. I promise you they're not useless anymore. Unrefusable Offer has made it a slammer today, slamming decks like Qi'ra that usually Cad Bane Tarkentown cannot get over the hoop. It's an incredible card.
Yeah, I have a whole bunch of those myself, all with the, little shrug. We actually have some top 8 pictures. We have, several top 8 pictures from show matches of that set.
Absolutely.
All of us making the DJ shrug.
It's a card that I was not expecting to hit into the meta, especially because in yellow you have cards like Change of Heart, which we saw Alex be running, and things that can steal units, but it's such a cheap play, and there was a nasty combination with Cad Bane unit dropping down and Unrefusable Offer. Looks like you're about to go over to Tada's deck list. I would love to see what Tada's running. I was peeking at his deck a little bit, and there's a card in here that is making me, 2 of them, that is making me question what's going on. There's a 5-drop Timely Reinforcements and a Unity of Purpose in the main board of Tada's deck list. Holy. Looks like our semifinals matches are coming to the table. We're going to figure out what exactly we're watching here today and the streaming situation.
All right, we are going to set up for the semis, and we will be right back. All right, do you have the video up, Wes? It should catch up. Did you send me the link for it?
Same link you had from earlier.
Okay.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? We are here with the semifinal, and we have John Tada's match against Raytan live for you from the Minnesota Regional Qualifier.
Yeah, funnily enough, this is the two decks that I was most interested in seeing play out, is the Cad Bane Tarkentown and the Ray Data Vault. The weird thing is that Cad Bane Tarkentown is going to have to try to get around a lot of these units and play big units fast before removal comes down. I think you're looking for Tada to want to use removal spells and events while you're playing big units and not playing units. Interesting thing about Tada's list, though, is, like I said, that there's that one copy of Unity of Purpose, which is a crazy card. And then there's Timely Reinforcements, which is, funnily enough, I was reading the other day in a draft here as a side event. Is a really interesting card. It's just another slowdown card. A card that's going to say, hey, I don't want you hitting our base. I don't want you hitting my stuff. I want to just kind of slow the game down. At the end of the day, Tada's looking for a long-winded game, where Ray is looking to try to end this in that mid-resource range and get Tada on the back foot, force him to have cards, check him consistently and constantly. Right now, we're looking at Tada's resourcing right now, and he already has a Fell the Dragon in hand. They have looked at each other's deck list, so Tada does know that now there are two of them does exist, and I think that he has to be weary of it. We're going to 2 resources. Tada's first, and of course, you're going to start with the Mon Mothma. You have to. Absolutely.
What will he get from Mon Mothma today?
What are you looking for is the real question.
Into Cad, things with high health.
Yep.
Honestly. And that is actually a strength that Ray's going to have. And she plays a lot of chumps, but, I mean, kind of the definition of a chump is it's high health.
So it looks like he took Blue Leader, which is still a great play. I think playing that at 5 resources and having a 5 body is incredible, and I think Tada has been using that all day. Blue Leader coming in for 5, and just having a chunk unit in the ground that says, hey, I'm going to start checking you. The thing about this Ray deck is it's going to play a bunch of small little 1-hitters, little 2-hitters that she's going to start upgrading. And Ray's going to go for a Bazine. I think in this situation, what are you going to take? You could potentially take the Fleet Lieutenant, which is going to obviously be played next turn. And then I think the best play out of this Ray deck is that Mon Mothma Bright Hope, just back to back to back to back to back to back. Just going to consistently draw cards. So I think you're taking he's going to take the U-Wing reinforcement and not concerned about the small end at all. Maybe Ray is just not looking for that.
And I think that Raytan certainly knows this match, and has actually played a leader that he wasn't particularly well thought of all the way to the semifinal. He's looking to get rid of the big threats, right? Because there's only so much that is.
And that Fleet Lieutenant, exactly what I was saying was that the Fleet Lieutenant was going to come in, he's going to take care of that Bazine, and he's going to get units on the board early. And I just don't think that Ray's looking for units on the board right now.
Right.
I mean, I think Tada's also trying to bait out that Tarkentown as soon as possible.
100%. But I don't think Ray's going to take him up on Tarkentown and Mon Mothma.
No, not at all. I think Tada, definitely knowing that now there are 2 of them is in the deck, he's going to have to accept that he's going to have to keep 1 unit off the board. Going space is a way to get around this.
And that's actually probably has something to do with it, too. I think he saw that now there are 2 of them. So,
he's going to Tarkentown the fleet.
Yeah.
Knowing that Bright Hope is going to come out this next turn and do a drop, which is going to make that Misshunter pretty much useless. And that Mothma is going to come right back to hand and do a draw. I got to imagine that's what he's going to work on here.
Absolutely. So, and this is the top 4 match?
It's been a long day for these players, so I can only imagine what their mind state. I am exhausted, and I've been playing a bunch of Twin Suns today. So if they're not exhausted, I don't know who is.
I'm exhausted.
But
I'm also excited because this is a great day for Swoo.
You did
what we did.
Incredible job, Loopy. Yep. So we have Ray Datavolt, Cad Bane Tarkentown. You got to imagine that Tada's going to do the Bright Hope play on initiative here. There's 4, and of course, Bright Hope's coming down. He's going to draw that Mon Mothma. He's also going to draw a card from bouncing a ground unit. And that Mon Mothma's probably making a reappearance next turn. Let's see what Ray does here. He has the readied Misshunter. It's a 3/4. It looks like a pretty prestige. Don't be fooled.
Absolutely.
And Misshunter has a really fun ability. It says on attack, you're able to do, if you attacked with a bounty hunter or played a bounty hunter in that phase, you get to draw a card, get your own card draw. He's going to McClunky the Misshunter and take care of the Bright Hope. That's probably why. He just wanted to get rid of cards. The board is clear.
Absolutely. And you can go to our masterclass that we just had, George the Hulk. He's
Yep.
a nice, really nice guy. Don't know if you met him.
Phenomenal player.
And Cody, or Christian, excuse me, who was the finalist on Cad Blue in Chicago. But they talked about Cad's ability naturally being against a narrow board.
Yep.
Right? And, I mean, he wants to keep one thing at a time. I think we saw Raytan eliminate the last member of Team Secret.
Yep, absolutely.
Who is an exceptionally talented player. We'll see if Tada can fare better. But so far, I mean, Cad is in control of this board, and Ray's army of chumps has not been able to stick.
Tada taps 2, and then he ends up tapping 3. I got to imagine, so the resupply comes out. So Ray's coming out this turn.
He wants his leader out.
Yeah, he still has 2 resources, so that Mon Mothma can come down, and I think that's the search is going to come out.
No, if he has an R2 right now, that's real good, because he conceivably, he's not going to have...
Now there are 2 of them into Zuckuss.
So this is the power play that you were talking about before we even started, Justin. You know, being able to drop that 6/6 and deploying Ray doesn't feel as good as it did a second ago.
And importantly, still having 2 resources remaining. It's a 5-drop unit, so he could have just dropped Zuckuss.
Right.
But he's going to play the Zuckuss at another 2 of them, opening 2 cards in hand, which means that there is more than likely a No Good to Me Dead.
Right.
No Good to Me Dead is probably coming out, and Tada has to be afraid of that.
Or another McClunky. So the other thing is, I think Zuckuss is a bounty hunter, so Mist Hunter can draw a card when it attacks.
Absolutely. I think Ray's looking for that right now. Tada's teetering between the 2 resources that he has. We're trying to see how he's dropping a 1, and there's that R2 that you were talking about.
Yep. So, and Tada's playing well. These players are both exceptionally good. So Tada is done very well at multiple CCGs. And I like having him for master classes because of the way he explains, and he picks up all kinds of decks. I mean, he played Qi'ra to Richmond top 8, you know, another time, and then top 8's a completely different deck 3 weeks later.
He's an insanely good player,
Right. So, you know, both of these are there, but, you know, Ray has built an exceptionally good board as well. So I think he's going to suit up R2. And then he's going to deploy Ray.
And probably into the hands of a No Good to Me Dead. Nope, it's Crafty Smuggler instead.
Crafty Smuggler, but R2 is going to take a hit.
It was a good bait, though. I think Ray calling the play there. Especially when you're playing something like Now There Are 2 of them, you're losing 2 cards out of hand.
Right.
And with the Mist Hunter, you're able to get that extra card. So it's like he was just able to play the Zuckuss without losing the second card. Opening up that Now There Are 2 of them, though, does present some things there. I think... Obviously, into an empty board, you're not looking for the Cad Bane unit. But at the end of the day, Now There Are 2 of them into something a lot bigger than Zuckuss is also not a problem. Here's the fear factor, is that once a Zuckuss is on the board, you're always concerned about the secondary unit that comes with Zuckuss, is that 4 Lom. Anyone knows when you're going into a Cad Bane deck, you have to keep Cad Bane off of 4 Lom and Zuckuss. It's an incredibly strong tactic. It's an incredibly strong play. That Zuckuss goes right up to a 7/7 with Saboteur, and 4 Lom's a 5/5 with Ambush. Incredibly strong. We're on 6 resources, and Tada's on 7. Cad Bane can flip this turn, and you know, Tada being on 7 is also very scary. We have cards like Ewing Reinforcement in the deck, and we have cards like Luke. Looking into his hand, it looks like he doesn't have it. Has just a bunch of little guys. And a Mon Mothma. This is where that Mon Mothma staying in the hand is going to be difficult to play with.
Ooh, and one of the last cards that Tada wants to see Bosk, because Bosk has not only the ability to take care of that R2, it now makes that last resource into an existential threat.
Yep.
With McClunky.
Absolutely.
Because Bosk does 2 damage, I think, whenever any event is played.
Yep.
McClunky can do 3 damage, and then Cad, if he deploys on... We're on 6, right? Yep.
We are on 6. He deploys this turn.
So if he deploys, he can actually do a total of 6 damage from a 1.
That's incredible.
Yep, and that's really...
And that's exactly what he needs left going into this Ray.
And, you know, go figure with that. It's also a bounty hunter. So...
Mist Hunter's going to draw.
Yep. And Tada's running the draw deck. But Ray has almost matched him with Cad Bane.
Yep, absolutely. So Tada's going to go into the Bosk there. potentially trying to turn off the Tarkentown play. It's going to go ahead and kill it with the Crafty Smuggler and Shield. It's a great position for Ray to be in. He has yet to flip Cad Bane unit, or leader. Sorry for the hard-to-see base damage. Right now, we have 3 damage on Ray's base. He's running Tarkentown, and we have 0 damage on Tada's base.
Right, and we'll get our... I'm going to try to get our dials on there for the next round, too, because ours are a lot more visible.
No worries.
Here, so.
Mon Mothma comes out. You got to imagine he's looking right for that one juicy 7 drop. I think at that position, you're always looking for either home 1 at 8, or you're looking for Luke at 7.
Right.
It's going to be really great cards going into the next round for Tada. I think Tada's just looking to stall out more. Ray has built himself a quite a good board, truthfully.
Absolutely.
Ray's going to flip Cad. We have a total amount of power on base. Ray versus Ray is more confusing. We got Ray Tan on Cad and Ray the leader.
Yeah, Ray the Cad Pilot is what we called him in the last one. But, you know, we want to shout him out for doing so well at this tournament. And really, I think that his list has maybe given some old bounty hunters some new life with some of the changes that you're just talking about, Justin.
Yeah, I think we're gonna start seeing this deck back in the meta more again. I think the funnily enough is that Tarkentown decks never became bad. They just were stopped being played. And look at that, 2 Quinlans in the top 8 and a Cad Bane Tarkentown in the top 4. Tada's gonna bring out that blue leader, and like I said, he likes to do it for 5 to get a 5/5 and straight into the Cad Bane unit. So Cad Bane unit's gonna have 3 health remaining. Tada's gonna claim. He's gonna Ray Tan is gonna draw a card off of Miss Hunter. And now, what do you think Ray's gonna do here? Multiple card in hand.
Which Ray?
Yeah, which Ray's gonna do?
What Tada? Let's go with Tada and Ray.
It's always when I'm talking about Ray leader. Ray leader and Ray the player.
Yeah, if you mention Ray the Cad Pilot,
Ray the Cad Pilot, absolutely.
But Ray the Cad Pilot has been Ray the leader's worst enemy this event.
Yeah.
You know, certainly has good lines into a deck that plays a lot of small limits and a couple tall ones.
Absolutely.
And that makes complete sense for Cad Bane when we have that.
So with 3 health remaining on the Cad Bane leader, you got to imagine that he's prepping. Tada was prepping for a Luke drop in the next turn,
right? Which
would kill that Cad Bane leader on play without even the unit death trigger of the 6/6. The fear is that I think Ray the Cad Pilot is trying to clear the board this turn so that he doesn't get a 6/6 on that Zuckuss play. Blue leader being a 5/5 with 3 HP remaining is tough. Cad Bane's going to go into Mon Mothma, and Zuckuss is going to go to base for 6. He's going to check. Put a check on Tada, and he's going to end up getting he had the McClunky. Phenomenal play. He's going to take the Crafty Smuggler, clear the blue leader. He does it. He clears the board. Going into 8 resources for Tada. We're at 7 now for Ray the Cad Pilot. Steve said, just call them Tada and Tan.
Tada and Tan. You know, maybe that's okay. Tada and Tan sounds like a beverage that I might have after a long day of coverage, if you ask me.
A Tada and Tan.
And actually, Tada's a cocktail guy.
Tada's a cocktail guy.
He is a cocktail guy. There's a cocktail sub-thread on KTOD. Well, I don't remember, but day 1 member of KTOD, by the way.
Ray Tan here on 7 resources. You got to imagine he's looking to hold a Cad Bane unit, especially for something like a home 1 or a Luke unit that comes down to the board.
Yep.
Tada's in a really rough position, I think. Empty board going into 8. He could play home 1. But Cad Bane has answers. There's ways to answer those type of units.
All right.
He's going to push a lot of damage this turn. So Luke comes down. It's going to nuke the Cad Bane leader. So we have a Zuckuss 6/6 and a Miss Hunter 3/4 on the board. 3 cards in Ray's hand. We might find him using the Zuckuss to swinging the Miss Hunter just to try to draw a card and see if he can find himself a Cad Bane unit. If he doesn't have it already, it's looking like he's thinking Ray's worst enemy would be a home one or a Luke answer right after a Cad Bane unit. John's worst enemy, Tada's worst enemy would absolutely be a Cad Bane unit right now. Cad Bane's thinking. Potentially a smuggle card. If you're in this position, you're in top 4 of a 600-plus tournament, the first ever regionals in the States. He's going to Relentless Pursuit, put a shield on, no capture, just to get the shield. And you got to imagine there might be a Hotshot Blaster, my favorite card in the game, a little trick-or-treat card.
Yeah.
Looking for a little trick-or-treat. He's going to Hotshot Blaster. He's going to trade into that Luke and live because of the shield.
Yep, and that's a heads-up play with Relentless Pursuit.
Absolutely.
It still gives the shield. All Star Wars Unlimited, you do as much as the card tells you to. So it says if you are a bounty hunter, give this a shield. It doesn't. A capture is not required.
You know, if I'm in Tada's shoes, I've never seen that. I've never seen someone do that before. Ever. Just play Relentless Pursuit just for the shield.
Play more against Carlos Torres from Chicago, who's another excellent CAD Red pilot. I will say that we have foundations laid for our CAD Red Masterclass as well. So.
It looks like Ray Tan is going to be your number one.
Ray Tan appears to be emphasizing that this deck is still part of the meta.
Absolutely. Hey, guys in chat, drop down real quick. Who do you think is going to take this type of match? I know we have a lot of KTOD fans. I know John is a fan favorite, and the deck is a thriller.
Yep. And I can report. I got a scouting report a second ago, but my friend and compatriot Wu is in the final.
Wu's in the final?
Yep, the trophy husband conceded.
Wow.
So it will be Qi'ra facing the winner of this match.
Incredible.
In the hands of the Qi'ra master himself.
They had a little KTOD team kill. Zuckus with a Hotshot Blaster going into 8 resources for Ray and 9 resources for John.
Right.
Clone Deserter.
So shout out to an excellent tournament played by Alex Blandon, who will step away with now several plane tickets to Vegas, I guess. Actually, I don't think he got a plane ticket last time. You know, he just actually top 8'd, so he got his bye last time. So now he's actually got to ride himself.
It looks like it looks like the chat is saying go Ray. We have a lot of Cad Bane fans. I like this. I love this deck. I love the way that Ray's playing it. It's been incredible. And in person, it has been a talk about this unrefusable offer. I'm halfway across the convention hall. Playing Twin Suns, and I'm hearing about a crazy unrefusable offer that's coming out.
All right. So we had some folks talking about go Ray and go Cad Tarkentown. What about any REY ways? Is there anybody still rooting for them? Are there any of the Chris Schutz's stub subs, still out there?
Well, unfortunately, they are not in top 4. So
there you go. But
there's a lot of thinking here. There's a lot on stake for these two players.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be crowned the first United States regional champion,
North American champion.
Yep.
Because I think we had a Canadian in the top 8.
That was incredible. Yep.
Yep, absolutely.
And now we have a Ewing reinforcement. He's going to pull out Blue Leader, Battlefield Marine, and I'm assuming that looks like Mon Mothma. That is Mon Mothma. So he's going to do a Mon Mothma trigger. I think you are looking either for the second Luke or you are looking for that home one. Now, this just completely changes the absolute tide on this match. He's going to pull a Luke, and that is a Slammer.
Right.
This is what this deck does best. Tada knows this very, very well. This is what this deck does best. Go wide, slam units.
Right. Try to finish with home one Luke. That's what we need.
Just saying bye to Faith from Outmaneuver. The Outmaneuver guys are absolutely phenomenal. He just got himself a Twin Suns mat. I convinced him to get a Twin Suns mat because Twin Suns is one of the best game formats.
And shout out to J-Rod, Dudeness, Faith, all of those guys. There's a lot of people saying goodbye to, both of us here as we go, but absolutely tried to get them on as guests. We only have so much time, and we're dealing with getting the logistics behind 3 streams, and I love that we're able to do streamless coverage here.
So a lot has happened in the past 2 turns. We had a Blue Leader that goes into the Zuckus with the Hotshot Blaster. Tada ends up trading the Clone Deserter into it, and Ray's going to get Tada to 25 damage on base. 25 damage on base, Loopy.
Right. So
he's almost there.
8 will go. You know.
But what does Ray do best? What does Ray Leader do best? Play cards like that. There's a Luke and a home one in hand.
Pick your poison.
Pick your poison.
I think he takes home one, but
I think he takes home one as well.
Because home one has the potential to restore the turn it's played, where Luke does not.
Absolutely.
And Tada is at 9 resources now. Home one also plays 2 cards. Not quite to the point where it can play a Luke from the discard, which is always a good place to be if you're on Ray Data Vault, but I expect that to be the call.
It's in a good position.
I do think it'll be seen. And this is actually an excellent point. What's Raytan doing? We're talking about this in play practice as this tournament, what to do, but looking at the discard pile is always something you'll see, but it's particularly as to Ray Vault, because you want to count their bangers. You want to count the home ones, you want to count the Lukes, because if you can get theirs now, Ray can get some of them back through tech circles with Spark of Hope, but it is important to know what is still left in that Ray deck.
So Ray's going to take note here. Admiral Akbar has been a sneaker in this deck. It's nuked absolute mega units.
Right.
And I think Tada's just looking to restore and stall. Going into the next turn, he's looking maybe for a Sentinel or another home one, and that would just absolutely neutralize Raytan's play. Ray has yet to see a Cad Bane unit or has yet to hit the field, and I think that would absolutely change the tides. You know, Tada hit a slammer of a Ewing reinforcement, but Ray can just bring that all right back with the Cad Bane unit.
Right.
I think there's not enough damage on base to be lethal for Raytan, but if there's another little trick-or-treat hotshot in the row there, it could change the game here. Tada's going to tap, was that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh.
All right. Peter Hong in the chat, if you're talking about Raytan, by all means tell us what you know about where he's from. That's the question mark in the top 8, for me at least.
Tada's going to tap 5. He's thinking about what he's going to do. 2 units. The only thing I can imagine is another blue leader, but the play action there would be tap 3 and then pay 2.
Right.
And it's just going to be a tap 5 for the Boba Fett. 3 damage on the blue leader. I believe Tada has seen all 3 blue leaders this game, which is incredibly good.
Right.
The card is such a slammer. Now Ray can hit the 1 from Bazine here, which will then trigger the Miss Hunter on attack, draw a card, and maybe just Ray finds himself into an answer. There's not enough resources out of Tada's hand to play the Luke this turn, so he's going to have to wait. But there was an Akbar in hand, which again could just nuke that Bazine for sure. Nothing that there's a C-3PO.
So John Tada, considering options, what will be the next play?
So Ray's button here is going to surprise strike to base. Ray says, I care not what you play. I'm going to end this game this turn.
That is a super Bazinga.
Super Bazinga. Now, Ray is 1 damage off from lethal with that Miss Hunter. He's going to get it to 32 if Tada does not restore here. Tada's going to drop Akbar, just nuke the Bazine. It's going to get him to 32 damage.
Almost there. Can Raytan finish and go up 1-0?
If only Raytan was playing an off-aspect Falcon. I think at this point, Ray maybe just claims. Ray claims, and he wins the game here. There's no restore on any units that are remaining. And he puts
Jabba
on the field.
So Jabba finds a trick. He can find a McClunky, potentially. He could find, and now there are 2 of them as a trick.
Absolutely.
I see now there are 2 of them. So that's the only trick that I think was in there. Surprise trick is not a trick, sadly, for CAD players.
For a lot of people, if you don't know, Jabba plays those tricks for 1 less as well. So McClunky's can be played for free.
Yep.
Now there are 2 of them can be played for 2.
Is he running Ruthless? We'll show you in a moment. But I don't believe so.
I don't believe he is. Looks like it's not needed.
Be good right now.
So, again, this has been a long day for the players. Tada only with 2 remaining resources. I'm quite surprised that Raytan didn't just claim there and go for the lethal.
If any of you out there want to see any of the lists from the top 8 today, we have all 8 of them up on the free Late Night Discord. And there is a link in the description, so you feel free to find them that way. We'd love to have you.
So Relentless Pursuit is going to be played. Is Relentless Pursuit a trick? I believe it is. And he captures the blue leader.
I don't believe Relentless Pursuit is a trick either, but
I just can't tell if he played it for 2 or 3. Now Jabba is not a bounty hunter, so he's not going to be able to put a shield.
Right.
But Jabba is the kingpin of all bounty hunters in the west side of Tatooine. We'll see if Rey... Yeah, I'm quite surprised that Rey didn't just claim initiative with 2 remaining resources on Tada's hand there. It doesn't seem like that Tada would be able to play any Sentinel, any removal spell, anything that's going to stop the Misthunter from hitting base. He's at 32 damage on base for Tada. There's almost no way to win out here unless there's a crazy redemption play, a crazy vigilance, which I don't believe we saw in either of those cards in Tada's deck. So Tada's got to restore off the Akbar here. That's his only chance he's got. Now if Tada pulls into another home 1, he can get another Sentinel out. But there's 2 units in 2 sides of the field. It looks like either Tada plays Ewing Reinforcement, gets an Echo-based Defender and a Bright Hope out.
Right.
Or it looks like it might be going... Rey looking through his resources here. So that's gonna be game.
That is a game. So
game 1 goes to Rey 10 on Cad Bane Tarkin Town. Loopy.
What a match. What a match.
Yeah, I think Rey's taking a masterclass here. What do you consider would be the sideboard options for both players?
Well, why don't we look at the list? Sounds like a good enough way, huh?
Absolutely, especially with the players looking through sideboards and potentially looking through each other's deck list. We'll take a look at Rey's deck here first. What do you think is going in that sideboard?
Well, if I'm going into Rey Tarkin Town, I mean, the No Good To Me Deads are the obvious one, right?
Yeah, I can see that. I sneakily think Unrefusable Offer might be a slammer. You get to play Luke. You get to play home 1.
You know, I gotta say that I haven't thought about Unrefusable Offer as a sideboard for Cad Tarkin Town myself. So let's see if we see it in games 2 and 3.
I hope we do.
I actually suspect you will, because Unrefusable Offer is yet another out to Luke and home 1.
Absolutely.
So I think that's a late game potentially card. Let's see what he might remove.
Do we?
Because that matters too. I mean, one thing about sideboarding is you have cards that help from your sideboard, right? You may have some cards that are crucial for a matchup. For Quinlan, you're always going to bring in the 5/3 Tink if you're going against Symbiode. That is an anti-Symbiode card. That card is in your sideboard because of that. But it also matters what is in your main deck.
Yep.
And whether there's something that you should take out because you don't need it. And we saw one with a lot of Fang Fighters, right? Fang Fighters are pretty important right now for a lot of matchups. They're not important for a few. So if you have like Fangs in against Qi'ra, you know, and they're not running Traitorous, or you're not worried about Traitorous, that's actually the one reason you might keep it in for Qi'ra. But sometimes you're just trying to take something out with anything that helps.
Let me pose a crazy thing to you here.
I love your crazy questions, Justin.
When you look at this deck list, does anything pop out to you?
Well, I mean, other than DJ shrugging and the Unrefusable Offer, and I bet that is the
sideboard card.
Well, I bet it's also the what do they call them? Store Showdown.
Yeah.
The Showdown. I bet he has one of those too. But what strikes out to you though?
There's one red card in the main board.
Right. And actually, you can go back to. Well, that's not technically true because you have Hotshot Blaster, which is technically a red card.
So there's almost, that's what I'm saying, there's one red card in the main board, Hotshot Blaster.
So I actually recall distinctly a conversation I had with Wu. We DM about decks a lot, but we were both working on Cad Tarkin Town right in set 2. We were talking about the red cards there, and what red card that really matters. What's the best red card in this deck? I'll put it back at you.
Hotshot, but I would...
No.
I would
by far the best red card in the deck is Tarkin Town.
Oh, yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, absolutely.
So, and we had that because we were talking this back and forth as we were deck building. I have a Cad Tarkin Town sleeve myself. It's a deck I love playing. There is, I believe, a deep dive on Cad Tarkin Town on Wu's list. From there, you can see him talk about this too. But the base is worth it.
The base is worth it.
And actually, Quinlan can be in a just now. There's some better red heroic cards that Quinlan runs, and absolutely should.
Absolutely.
But Tarkin Town with Cad and Quinlan is really a strong matchup. Let's look at Tada's list, and what are you thinking of sideboarding here if you're Ray Vault to deal with this Cad menace?
I'm gonna imagine that Rivals Fall is gonna come in. Direct Hit's not gonna come into the side. Confiscates don't make any sense. Regional Governor could be a card that he plays just to call something like a McClunky, call something like a Forlom or a Zuckuss or a Cad Bane unit. And then the Artiquins is an interesting card. I don't think I see it for this matchup, but I do think Regional Governor is potentially the card in Rivals Fall. I do, however, think you side out the Unity of Purpose. I don't think it's going to play very well into this matchup. Ray has a game plan. He's going to control your board state. And then the Timely Reinforcements is the card that I think that you potentially are taking out. But I could definitely see a Rivals Fall, a Regional Governor.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're right, certainly about the Unity of Purpose, just because you're not going to have a big board against Cad, but Timely Reinforcements in some matchups might just put enough bodies out there, to make Cad have to struggle, and like pinging those X-Wings is a lot better than pinging your units.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cad Bane pings, of course, can be targeted by the opponent, not by Cad himself. So it's important for Cad to keep that down. Let me get the updated bracket right now.
Cad, new Hotshot Blaster is a yellow card, Zelda Hat Guy says. It's called the Council, the Cad Cabal Council. Hyperspace Cube is in here. Carlos, we're missing your Cad Bane play. You should have been here. And Top Deck Wizard saying, funny, not a single truly red card in the deck, and it's the truth. There was only one red card in the sideboard, too, which is Jam.
And the one red card that exists is more a yellow card, at least in the main thing. It's more a yellow card than a red card. Because, I don't know how people play Hotshot Blaster without yellow in the list.
Absolutely.
Not many.
Nope. Yeah, it's looking like, would you just prefer Cunning?
Maybe.
I play some Cunning. I like that card. That card's just a little broken.
Yeah, you need that Tarkin. Tarkin Town is what gives you that edge against Sabine. And Raytan in his top 8 mage match maybe beat the best Sabine player I know, Chrono, who's just an excellent resource.
Incredible player.
Yeah, both him and Justin at KTOD are Sabine aces, though. Shout out to Diana and Jack, my wife and son, who both played Sabine ECL at this tournament, too. So I play against a lot of Sabine, I'll tell you what.
That's amazing. Langer's Legion saying, Sharkbait saying, look at me, I am the council now. Langer's Legion saying orders are cooler than councils. Look, we have a debate here. That's okay, guys. You can debate all you want, but I'm going to say a batch is cooler. A Cad batch.
Cad batch.
A Cad batch is cooler.
Now, are those clones that go around in the Cad batch?
Those clones. Carlos saying, sitting here at the airport in Minneapolis, sipping a margarita, watching the stream. Bubble Boy 9th place jerseys incoming. Congratulations on getting 9th place. At least that's a crazy placing still. And the margarita's nice too. I wish I was sipping at that.
Well, Carlos is a heck of a guy. I don't know if you met him today.
Absolutely.
I gave him back up, but respect to the 9th place player at a 620-some player tournament. And not a nicer guy in Star Wars, even if he's from Illinois.
Worth, who won the first match? It's going to be Ray Tan, who is 1-0 on the Cad.
I put Cad.
So get back to the game here. We don't know what regional governor was called for Ray Data Vault. Maybe we can get a little quick update from the judge to see what was called for that. Bubba goes down, puts a ping on, and John's going to put an experience token on the regional governor. Depending on what the card was called, we could see Ray look for a play into Tarkentown here if it's that influential of a card. If you're in this early of a game and there's one regional governor that came in from the sideboard, a single regional governor, what are you calling? Before we get crazy into the resourcing here, what do you guys think in then chat? What do you think it was called? I got to imagine McClunky was called here. It's a slammer of a card and it's going to start controlling the base out. Are Woo and Alex playing off stream? No, Alex conceded to Woo, and Woo is our finalists. Now there's a Hotshot Blaster out of the Boba Fett. Does that go into the regional governor, or does it go into base? Now that was played out of hand, so it's played for 1 on the Boba Fett.
All right, so the governor called Forlom.
So Ray says, have to imagine now there are 2 of them for regional. It looks like it was the Forlom. Now that is also a slammer of a card. Like I said, going into Cad Bane, you have to keep it off of Forlom Zuckuss. Bright Hope is played. Right. It's going to infant loop here, and we're going to bounce the regional governor back to hand and draw a card.
All right.
It's going to open up now. There are 2 of them for Ray here.
Right.
3 resources remaining too as well. What a smart play.
Absolutely. And I really like Tada's position a lot more. Oh, we got dual wielding.
Have you ever seen, and here's a little throwback, have you ever seen a Boba Fett with a dual wielding blasters being played? That's a lot of damage to base, and we're off to the race.
And I think it's like S-tier theme, too.
Yes, absolutely. Now we just got to get a jetpack on that Boba, and we're cooking, and a Boba's armor.
You know, Raytan, you know, you heard it here, folks. You know, why not a jetpack? If you're going to do this, why not a jetpack?
Why not a jetpack? So we're going into the 5 resource turn.
And, you know, just showing, you know, Tada's mastery of this list, I mean, I think he probably called Forlom knowing that he was going to scoop up that regional governor.
Yep.
And he gets another call.
I think Ray makes a good point there. So is you, Loopy. I think Forlom is a strengther, and like I said, you got to keep Cad Bane off of Forlom Zuckuss. That combo's incredibly strong, and it absolutely cleans up Ray leader on flip.
Ray Nurpal in the chat. If you're quoting Doc Holliday to me, I like the cut of your jib.
All right, so blue leader comes down for 5 and cleans up the Boba Fett. Doesn't get a double swing out of it. A lot of investment into the leader, but it almost puts Ray leader in check on flip. We get a Bazine out for 4 out of smite. So blue leader comes down for 5 and cleans up the Boba Fett. Doesn't get a double swing out of it. A lot of investment into the leader, but it almost puts Ray leader in check on flip. Or this